There comes a quiet hour when effort loosens its grip and the mind becomes open, not through force, but through surrender. This is that hour. As these sounds reach you, they slip past resistance and touch the place where expectations are born, where the idea of enough quietly expands without struggle. Most people try to think their way into abundance, yet thought alone is slow and exhausting. The deeper mind responds faster, without argument. It learns through rhythm, repetition, and feeling. When you allow these frequencies in, you are speaking directly to the part of you that decides what feels possible. You may notice your body relax before your thoughts do. That is a sign you are entering receptive ground. Tension dissolves first, then doubt follows. This is not coincidence. When the body releases control, the subconscious steps forward, ready to accept a new pattern as familiar and safe. For years, you may have carried invisible limits, ideas formed long before you could question them. Tonight is not about fighting those limits. It is about outgrowing them. When the subconscious hears a new message often enough, it stops asking if it's true and starts acting as if it is. Abundance does not arrive as a sudden miracle. It arrives as a quiet shift in what you expect to happen next. Notice how your breathing slows. Notice how urgency fades. This is the inner climate where prosperity takes root naturally, without pressure or strain. You do not need to visualize harder or believe stronger. The mind accepts what it hears consistently, especially in states of calm attention. These frequencies repeat a simple instruction. More is allowed, more is natural, more belongs here. The subconscious listens closely when the conscious mind rests. Many people are closer to wealth than they realize, yet habit keeps them circling the same outcomes. Habit lives in the subconscious. Change the inner rhythm, and behavior follows effortlessly. This is why listening is enough. The work happens beneath awareness, where decisions are truly made. As minutes pass, you may feel less concerned with results and more comfortable with expectation. That comfort is power. When abundance feels normal, opportunities stop feeling rare. You begin to notice openings that were always present but previously invisible to a tense, guarded mind. This is not about chasing money. It is about removing the inner resistance that pushes it away. When resistance dissolves, life responds differently. People, ideas, and timing begin to align without force. The shift is subtle, but its effects multiply quickly. Stay with the sound. Let it repeat its message gently. The subconscious thrives on repetition without emotion. Each cycle strengthens a new inner agreement that growth is safe, that success is sustainable, that receiving does not require struggle or sacrifice. If you have ever felt close to abundance but unable to hold it, this explains why. The subconscious must feel at home with increase. These hours are building that familiarity. What once felt foreign slowly becomes expected, and expectation shapes action without effort. Notice how the mind grows quieter. In that quiet, new assumptions form. You begin to assume things will work out. You begin to assume support will appear. These assumptions guide choices automatically, long before conscious planning enters the picture. This is the same process by which limitations were formed, now working in your favor. The mind does not distinguish between past conditioning and present input. It responds to what it hears most often, especially in states of relaxation and trust. As you continue listening, imagine nothing. Simply allow. The less you try, the deeper the message goes. Abundance is not forced into the mind. It is welcomed, and what is welcomed tends to stay. You may drift towards sleep, and that is ideal. In this state, the subconscious is wide open. It accepts impressions easily and carries them forward into waking life, influencing reactions, confidence, and persistence without conscious effort. Over time, you will notice subtle changes. Decisions feel easier. Fear loses its edge. You find yourself expecting favorable outcomes rather than preparing for disappointment. This is the quiet evidence that the inner shift has begun. Do not rush the process. Frequency builds power through duration. Each moment you listen reinforces a new internal standard. The mind learns what to expect by what you consistently allow into it. Listen as though your future is already responding. Let these hours replace old signals with new ones. When morning comes, nothing dramatic may seem to have happened, but beneath the surface, your subconscious will be operating from a higher level of expectation. And from that expectation, action becomes natural, persistence becomes effortless, and abundance stops feeling distant. It begins to feel inevitable, familiar, and already in motion, because within you the shift has already started. There is a condition of mind that must exist before abundance can take form in one's affairs. This condition is not excitement, nor is it desire alone. It is an inner climate in which increase feels natural rather than foreign. Until that climate exists, effort moves outward, but results hesitate to follow. Most men attempt to reach abundance through strain. They tighten the will, hurry thought, and press action forward with anxiety. In doing so, they create resistance within the very faculties that must receive. The subconscious does not respond to pressure. It responds to familiarity. I have observed throughout my life that prosperity approaches those who appear at ease with it. Ease is not idleness. It is the absence of inner alarm. When the mind is calm, it signals safety. What feels safe is allowed to remain. Abundance is not attracted by force. It is admitted by readiness. Readiness is not something one declares. It is something the subconscious accepts after repeated exposure to calm expectation. Many men unknowingly carry an inner climate of shortage. They do not speak of it openly, yet their thoughts return again and again to caution, restraint, and fear of loss. These repetitions create a familiar atmosphere in which abundance feels out of place. The mind prefers what it knows. If limitation has been rehearsed for years, expansion feels unnatural. This is why abundance often arrives briefly and departs quickly. It was not made welcome inwardly. I have known men who received sudden gain and lost it just as suddenly. Their failure was not lack of opportunity, but lack of inner preparation. The subconscious rejected what it could not recognize as normal. The work that begins here is not about demanding more from life. It is about creating the inner condition in which more can remain without disturbance. When a man is inwardly prepared, abundance does not excite him. It steadies him. He handles increase as one handles ordinary responsibility. This manner inspires trust and invites further opportunity. Others sense this readiness instinctively. They feel no tension in the presence of such a man. They are willing to cooperate, to invest, and to align their efforts with his. Calm attracts assistance more reliably than urgency. I have often noted that men who rise steadily are described by others as fortunate. Their good fortune is the outward sign of an inward condition that welcomes increase rather than fears it. This inner climate is formed by repetition, not repetition of words alone, but repetition of tone, expectation, and feeling. The subconscious listens most closely when the body is at ease and the mind is unhurried. That is why these hours are powerful. As effort loosens its grip, resistance weakens. The deeper mind steps forward, ready to accept a new standard as familiar. You are not being asked to imagine abundance vividly. Imagination may assist, but it is not required. The subconscious responds more faithfully to rhythm and repetition than to pictures. As these words continue, they are not meant to convince. They are meant to familiarize. Familiarity removes doubt more effectively than argument. Abundance begins as a quiet shift in what one expects to happen next. When expectation changes, conduct follows naturally. Conduct repeated becomes habit. Habit shapes results. Most men prepare daily for disappointment without realizing it. They rehearse caution, rehearse delay, rehearse restraint. These rehearsals instruct the subconscious to expect little. Expectation is the builder of experience. The mind arranges itself around what it anticipates. When anticipation changes, behavior changes without effort. I have observed that men who expect favorable outcomes do not hurry. They prepare calmly, Preparation attracts opportunity. Opportunity avoids the frantic. As you rest now, notice how urgency fades. Urgency belongs to uncertainty. Certainty does not need to rush. The body relaxes first. This is proper order. When the body releases tension, the subconscious feels safe. Safety opens the door through which new impressions enter. You may feel the mind growing quieter. This quiet is not emptiness. It is space being created. Space allows new assumptions to take root. Assumptions repeated become standards. Standards govern behavior without debate. Abundance is sustained by standards, not by excitement. Excitement fades. Standards remain. I have known men who lost fortunes because they treated abundance as extraordinary. They reacted emotionally to gain and signaled danger to their own minds. The subconscious withdrew support. Men who sustain prosperity treat increase as ordinary. They handle it without display. This signals stability and invites continuity. Others respond to this stability by extending trust. Trust multiplies opportunity. The inner climate you are cultivating here is one of allowance. Allowance is not weakness, it is confidence in order. When abundance feels allowed, decisions change. One chooses differently, persists longer, and recovers more quickly from error. These changes occur quietly. They do not announce themselves. They reveal themselves through steadier action and calmer judgment. Repetition is essential. Not repetition with force, but repetition with calm acceptance. The subconscious learns what is normal by what it hears often enough without resistance. As these ideas repeat, the idea of enough begins to expand. What once felt sufficient begins to feel small. This expansion does not create greed. It creates capacity. Capacity allows responsibility. Responsibility attracts reward. I have often said that money responds to definiteness of purpose. Purpose cannot operate in a climate of fear. It requires space and calm. That space is being formed now. You may drift in and out of awareness. Allow this. The deeper mind remains attentive even when consciousness rests. It records tone and repetition more faithfully than words. Old limits dissolve through neglect. What is no longer rehearsed weakens. New assumptions strengthen through exposure. This is how abundance becomes familiar rather than distant. Men who live in such familiarity do not speak constantly of success. They live as though growth were natural. Others sense this and respond accordingly. From this inner climate, opportunity no longer feels rare. It feels discoverable. When opportunity feels discoverable, action becomes intelligent rather than desperate. Desperation repels what intelligence attracts. The work here removes desperation by replacing it with calm expectancy. Expectancy does not demand proof. It prepares for fulfillment. As these hours continue, the subconscious is learning a new rhythm. This rhythm is steady, unhurried, and confident. It replaces the old tempo of worry and haste. Rhythm governs behavior more powerfully than thought alone. When rhythm changes, life changes. Abundance grows best in a steady rhythm, not rushed, not delayed, simply sustained. Others will notice that you seem easier to work with. Ease is the outward sign of inner allowance. I have known men who multiplied their success simply by removing inner resistance. When resistance dissolved, life responded differently. This response may seem mysterious, but it is lawful. The world responds to what a man is inwardly prepared to receive. Preparation is not labor. It is alignment. Alignment removes friction. Friction wastes energy. As friction fades, effort becomes efficient. Efficiency attracts reward. You are not being asked to chase abundance. Chasing implies distance. You are being invited to allow it to feel nearer, safer, and more ordinary. Ordinary things remain. Extraordinary things come and go. Abundance that feels ordinary stays. As you continue listening, the mind is accepting this condition quietly. It does not need to agree. It needs only to hear. What it hears often enough becomes its truth. That truth shapes expectation. Expectation shapes action. Action shapes result. This is the order of things. Rest now in this inner climate. Let repetition continue its work. The deeper mind understands its task. What is being formed here will support everything that follows. Every mind moves according to a rhythm. This rhythm is not heard with the ears, yet it governs conduct with unwavering precision. Men believe their actions are directed by thought alone, but thought itself follows a tempo established through repetition. Change the rhythm, and behavior follows without struggle. Scarcity is not merely a condition of supply. It is a tempo of mind. It is hurried, cautious, and irregular. It tightens attention and shortens vision. When this tempo dominates, opportunity appears fleeting and unreliable, even when it is abundant. I have observed that men who prosper steadily carry a slower, steadier rhythm within. They are not hurried by appearances. They do not rush decisions. Their inner beat allows ideas, people, and circumstances to arrange themselves in proper order. This rhythm was not given to them by chance. It was trained. Through repetition of calm expectation, the subconscious learned to move without alarm. Alarm is the enemy of receiving. Calm is its ally. Many men live inwardly, as though life were always on the verge of withdrawal. They hurry, thought, compress time, and act as though opportunity must be seized instantly or lost forever. This hurried rhythm repels cooperation and clouds judgment. The subconscious interprets hurry as danger. When danger is sensed, it closes the channels of reception. This is why effort applied with haste often yields little return. Abundance requires a rhythm that signals safety. Safety invites continuity. Continuity allows growth. I have known men who labored ceaselessly and yet remained poor because their inner rhythm was strained. When they learned to slow the tempo of thought, their efforts began producing results that had long eluded them. Others noticed the change before wealth appeared. They sensed composure. They felt no pressure. They described such men as easy to deal with or fortunate, without knowing that fortune follows rhythm. Rhythm governs attention. A hurried mind skims life's surface. A steady mind notices depth. Depth is where opportunity hides. This is why two men may pass the same circumstance and see entirely different possibilities. One moves too fast to perceive. The other allows perception to unfold. As you rest now, the old tempo begins to loosen. There is no need to force this. The body relaxes, and with it the rhythm of thought begins to slow naturally. Slowness here does not mean delay. It means accuracy. Accurate rhythm produces intelligent timing. Men who master timing appear to be favored by chance. In truth, their minds are synchronized with opportunity. The subconscious learns rhythm through repetition, not instruction. Words spoken calmly, repeated without urgency, establish tempo more effectively than commands delivered with force. As these ideas continue, they are not meant to excite. Excitement quickens rhythm and undermines receiving. They are meant to steady. Steadiness widens the field of perception. When the field widens, opportunity multiplies. Scarcity rhythm narrows attention. It causes men to overlook what does not immediately promise relief. Abundance rhythm widens attention. It allows patience. Patience is not passivity. It is confidence in sequence. Sequence governs growth. I have observed that men who trust sequence do not exhaust themselves. They allow results to appear in proper order. This trust is built inwardly through repeated calm assumption. Others sense this trust and respond accordingly. They invest time, resources, and goodwill in those who appear unhurried by fear. The rhythm of abundance is even. It does not spike with excitement nor collapse with disappointment. It moves steadily forward, gathering strength through continuity. Men who adopt this rhythm recover quickly from error. They do not punish themselves inwardly. Punishment disrupts rhythm. Correction preserves it. As you listen, notice how the breath finds its own pace. The body knows rhythm instinctively. When the body settles, the mind follows. This following is important. The subconscious takes its cue from the body. A relaxed body signals safety. Safety opens the door to receiving. I have often said that the subconscious mind is the connecting link between thought and result. It responds to feeling and repetition more readily than to logic. Rhythm carries feeling without effort. When rhythm steadies, feeling steadies. When feeling steadies, belief becomes quiet and firm. Quiet belief is more powerful than loud declaration. As this new tempo repeats, the mind begins to expect continuity rather than interruption. Expectation shapes preparation. Preparation guides action. Men who expect continuity do not rush gains nor fear losses. They act with balance. Balance preserves resources and attracts cooperation. Others feel this balance and are drawn to it. People prefer to align with steadiness rather than volatility. I have known men whose fortunes improved simply because others trusted their calm. Trust is a form of wealth. This inner rhythm also governs how money is handled. A hurried rhythm spends poorly and saves anxiously. A steady rhythm directs money with purpose. Direction multiplies usefulness. Usefulness attracts return. As scarcity rhythm fades, the idea of not enough time also fades. Time expands when rhythm steadies. This expansion is felt as relief. Relief is the signal that resistance has loosened. You are not required to monitor this change. Monitoring introduces tension. Allow rhythm to establish itself naturally. Repetition is doing its work now. Each cycle reinforces steadiness. Each moment of calm teaches the subconscious that abundance does not require haste. I have observed that men who learned this lesson early enjoyed long periods of prosperity. Those who did not often experienced sudden gains followed by sudden loss. Loss follows disruption of rhythm. Gain follows continuity. As sleep approaches, the subconscious becomes more receptive to rhythm than to words. Tone, pace, and repetition carry instruction. This is why listening is enough. The work is rhythmic, not analytical. Old habits of worry were formed the same way. They were repeated often enough to establish tempo. That tempo is now being replaced. Replacement is the only lasting method of change. You may notice that thoughts feel less insistent. Insistence belongs to fear. Calm belongs to confidence. Confidence grows when rhythm stabilizes. Men who possess this confidence are rarely dramatic. They do not announce intention. They proceed. Others sense this proceeding quality and respond with cooperation. The rhythm of abundance also governs generosity. A steady rhythm allows giving without fear. Fearful giving disrupts balance. Calm giving preserves it. Others trust those who give calmly. Trust multiplies opportunity. As the new tempo settles, the mind becomes less reactive. Reaction shortens vision. Response widens it. Widened vision reveals paths previously unseen. This is how opportunity seems to appear suddenly. In truth, it was always present, waiting for the proper rhythm to be recognized. You are now training that recognition. As these hours continue, the subconscious is learning that growth does not require urgency, that receiving does not require struggle, and that time cooperates with order. This learning becomes habit. Habit becomes character. Character shapes destiny. This sequence is exact. Rest now in this steadier rhythm. Let repetition continue quietly. The deeper mind understands tempo better than thought ever could. What is being formed here will guide timing, decision, and action without effort. Abundance follows rhythm, and rhythm is being restored. No form of abundance can remain in a mind that does not feel at home with it. What feels foreign is treated as danger, even when it is desired. The subconscious does not ask whether something is good or bad. It asks only whether it is familiar. Familiarity decides what is allowed to stay. I have observed that many men attract opportunity only to lose it again, not because they lacked ability, but because they were inwardly unsettled by increase. They grew anxious, cautious, or fearful once success appeared, and these reactions quietly instructed the subconscious to withdraw support. The mind seeks equilibrium. When gain arrives faster than familiarity can adjust, the subconscious restores balance by pushing opportunity away. This happens without intention or awareness. It is simply the law of comfort asserting itself. Abundance must feel normal before it can be permanent. This is why sudden fortune so often vanishes. It is not that life is cruel, but that the inner measure of what feels acceptable has not yet expanded. What exceeds that measure creates unease, and unease repels continuity. Men who sustain prosperity do so because they expand their inner sense of normal gradually. They do not react strongly to gain. They do not announce it inwardly as extraordinary. They treat increase as an extension of responsibility rather than a miracle. Others sense this steadiness. They trust such men with greater opportunity because nothing in their manner suggests panic, excess, or fear of loss. Calm signals readiness. I have known men who were given authority and lost it quickly because they behaved as though they did not belong there. Their thoughts betrayed them long before their actions did. The subconscious withdraws support when identity and circumstance do not agree. Identity must expand before circumstance can remain expanded. This expansion does not happen through imagination alone. It happens through repetition of calm acceptance. When the mind hears often enough that increase is natural, responsibility is manageable, and growth is safe, it stops resisting. As you rest now, this expansion is occurring quietly. There is no need to visualize wealth or success vividly. Vivid images excite the mind. Excitement signals instability. Calm familiarity signals permanence. The subconscious prefers what is ordinary. When abundance feels ordinary, it remains. Most men were taught to react emotionally to money, opportunity, or praise. They were taught to celebrate loudly, fear loss deeply, and measure themselves constantly. These habits create instability. Stability is more valuable than excitement. Men who build lasting wealth rarely speak of it with emotion. They speak of work, direction, and responsibility. Their inner dialogue is measured. This measurement preserves equilibrium. As repetition continues, the idea of having more becomes less remarkable. The mind adjusts its scale. What once felt excessive begins to feel adequate. Adequacy expands capacity. Capacity invites stewardship. Stewardship attracts reward. I have observed that men who think in terms of stewardship rather than possession rarely lose what they gain. They do not clutch opportunity. They direct it. Direction signals confidence. Others sense this confidence and respond with trust. The subconscious also listens closely to how a man speaks inwardly about receiving. If receiving is associated with guilt, fear, or suspicion, the mind resists it. If receiving is associated with responsibility and order, the mind allows it. This association is being trained now. You may notice that thoughts of increase feel less charged. This neutrality is important. Neutrality allows familiarity to form. Familiarity does not require approval. It requires repetition without alarm. Many men unknowingly sabotage themselves by watching success too closely. They ask whether it will last, whether they deserve it, whether it will be taken away. These questions are instructions to withdraw. Men who sustain success do not ask such questions. They assume continuity and proceed. Assumption is a powerful force. The subconscious accepts assumptions as facts when they are repeated calmly. As you listen, the assumption that increase is manageable and safe is being repeated without force. This repetition teaches the subconscious to relax around growth. Relaxation allows holding. Holding allows building. Building allows expansion. This is the natural order. I have known men who lost fortunes repeatedly until they learned to feel comfortable with modest, steady growth. Once comfort was established, growth accelerated naturally. Speed follows stability. Stability must come first. Others noticed that such men no longer spoke anxiously about money or opportunity. They seemed grounded. This grounded manner attracted partners, support, and chance meetings that advanced their work. Abundance rarely arrives alone. It arrives through people, timing, and cooperation. Those who are unsettled repel cooperation. Those who are calm invite it. The subconscious evaluates every experience by how it feels. If abundance feels dangerous, it is rejected. If it feels ordinary, it is retained. As sleep deepens, the subconscious is absorbing the feeling of calm acceptance. Tone and rhythm carry this instruction more deeply than words. You may drift in and out of awareness. Allow this. Familiarity forms best without scrutiny. Old habits of alarm are weakening now, not through resistance but through neglect. What is not rehearsed loses authority. New habits of ease are strengthening through repetition. Men who live in ease do not live carelessly. Ease here means absence of inner conflict. Conflict consumes energy. Ease preserves it. Preserved energy expresses itself as patience, clarity, and wise action. Others sense this wisdom and respond accordingly. The idea of too much begins to dissolve when the mind grows accustomed to more. The ceiling of expectation lifts quietly. Ceilings are rarely broken through effort. They are raised through familiarity. As familiarity grows, you may notice that you think less about limits. Limits lose importance when expansion feels natural. This is how abundance stops being chased and begins to be lived. The mind no longer asks, "Can I have this?" It asks, "How shall I direct this?" That question marks readiness. Readiness attracts opportunity that stays. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to treat increase as part of normal experience. Normal experiences are not resisted. Resistance ends when fear ends. Fear ends when familiarity grows. Familiarity grows through repetition. This law is exact. I have seen it operate in the lives of men from all walks of life. Those who allowed their inner measure to expand gradually enjoyed stability. Those who reacted emotionally did not. The work here is gradual by design. Gradual change endures. You are not required to feel confident. Confidence will emerge naturally when the mind stops treating abundance as foreign. Foreign things demand explanation. Familiar things require none. As the idea of abundance becomes familiar, behavior adjusts automatically. Choices become wiser. Risks become measured. Effort becomes effective. These changes appear subtle, yet their results are profound. Others may describe you as composed or fortunate. They may say that things seem to work out for you. They will not see the inner adjustment that made this possible. This adjustment is now underway. As these hours continue, the subconscious is making room, not through force, but through acceptance. What is accepted can remain. What remains can grow. What grows can be directed. Direction is the final mark of mastery. Rest now in this acceptance. Let repetition continue quietly. The deeper mind understands how to adjust its measure. What is being formed here will support the next stages of abundance naturally. Every form of resistance begins inwardly before it ever appears in circumstance. Men often believe they are resisting conditions, when in truth they are resisting outcomes they do not yet feel prepared to receive. This resistance is seldom loud. It is quiet tension, hidden caution, and guarded expectation repeated until it becomes habit. The subconscious interprets tension as danger. When danger is sensed, the instinct to protect overrides the instinct to receive. This is why effort applied with strain often produces delay. The mind closes its own doors, while the hands continue to push. I have observed that abundance approaches gently. It does not announce itself with force. It moves toward those whose inner state signals welcome rather than alarm. Welcome is felt, not spoken. Many men unknowingly train themselves to brace for loss. They tighten thought, hold breath, and watch outcomes too closely. This bracing becomes familiar, and familiarity instructs the subconscious to remain guarded even in moments of opportunity. Guarded minds repel growth. Growth seeks openness. Openness does not mean carelessness. It means absence of fear. Fear is a signal, not a fact. When fear is repeated, it becomes instruction. When it is ignored, it fades. Resistance fades through neglect, not argument. I have known men who worked tirelessly yet felt as though life resisted them at every turn. When they learned to release inner tension, circumstances adjusted without struggle. What appeared to be opposition was often protection misdirected. Protection belongs to danger. Abundance requires safety. The subconscious must feel safe before it allows increase to remain. As you rest now, notice the absence of effort. There is no need to hold anything together. This absence of effort is not weakness, it is permission. Permission is the opposite of resistance. When permission is present, life responds differently. Others feel it. They sense ease. They sense cooperation. They sense room rather than pressure. I have observed that men who remove inner resistance often appear to advance without force. People assist them. Timing improves. Obstacles dissolve before becoming serious. This appears mysterious only to those who do not understand the role of inner condition. Inner condition shapes outer experience. Resistance often hides behind reason. It calls itself caution, prudence, or realism. Yet realism that is repeated with fear becomes limitation. Prudence without fear is wise. Prudence with fear is resistance. The distinction lies in tone, not in words. Tone teaches the subconscious what to expect. As these words continue calmly, the tone of permission is being impressed. The subconscious listens to tone more closely than meaning. You are not being asked to surrender direction. Direction remains. Only tension is released. Direction without tension is power. Tension without direction is exhaustion. Many men confuse tension with discipline. Discipline does not strain. It orders. Ordered thought does not resist opportunity. It evaluates and receives. As resistance dissolves, the mind becomes receptive without becoming reckless. This balance is natural when fear is absent. Fear narrows vision. Absence of fear widens it. Widened vision reveals paths previously unseen. I have known men who repeatedly missed opportunity because they approached it with suspicion. Suspicion signals danger to the subconscious. The mind withdraws support and opportunity fades. When suspicion is replaced with calm evaluation, opportunity is allowed to remain long enough to be understood. Understanding precedes mastery. As sleep deepens, the body relaxes further. This relaxation signals safety. Safety invites openness. Openness allows flow. Flow does not rush. It moves steadily. Steady movement is reliable. Reliable movement produces lasting results. Resistance also manifests as over-control. Men attempt to manage every detail, believing control ensures security. Excess control is born of fear. It restricts adaptability. Adaptability requires openness. Men who thrive allow life to cooperate with them rather than forcing it to submit. This allowance is not passivity. It is confidence in law. Law responds to inner alignment. Alignment removes friction. Friction creates heat and exhaustion. Exhaustion weakens judgment. Judgment weakened by exhaustion leads to error. Removing resistance restores judgment by conserving energy. Energy conserved becomes clarity. Clarity guides action. Others notice clarity, they trust it. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. This chain begins with the removal of resistance. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning that growth is not an attack. It is an invitation. Invitations are accepted calmly. Attacks are defended against. Abundance must be invited, not chased. Chasing implies distance. Invitation implies readiness. Readiness is felt inwardly before it is seen outwardly. You may notice that the need to watch outcomes diminishes. This is not indifference. It is trust forming. Trust allows events to unfold in proper order. Proper order produces timing. Timing improves results without increasing effort. Men who master timing appear to be fortunate. In truth, they are unresistant. Resistance distorts timing. As resistance dissolves, patience returns. Patience is the companion of confidence. Confidence does not hurry. Hurry signals lack. Lack is resisted by life. Confidence is welcomed. As you continue listening, notice how the body remains at ease. Ease is the physical expression of inner permission. The subconscious reads this ease as approval. Approval allows continuation. Continuation builds momentum. Momentum does not need to be pushed. It carries itself forward. I have often said that failure is not the opposite of success. Resistance is. Remove resistance, and success proceeds naturally. This removal is happening now through repetition without strain. You are not asked to change belief forcefully. Belief changes through familiarity. Familiarity grows when tension is absent. As these hours pass, the subconscious is learning to remain open around ideas of increase, opportunity, and cooperation. Old habits of bracing are weakening. New habits of allowance are strengthening. This change is gradual by design. Gradual change endures. Others will sense this endurance. They will describe you as steady, calm, and reliable. Reliability attracts responsibility. Responsibility attracts reward. Reward remains when resistance is absent. As the mind grows accustomed to openness, it no longer reacts defensively to growth. It evaluates calmly and proceeds. This calm proceeding is the mark of mastery. Mastery is not loud, it is composed. Composition attracts harmony. Harmony attracts abundance. As sleep approaches more fully, the subconscious continues absorbing this lesson. It does not require attention. It requires repetition. Repetition is taking place now. Resistance is dissolving through neglect. Permission is strengthening through exposure. What is permitted can arrive. What arrives can remain. What remains can grow. This is the natural order. Rest now in this permission. Let the deeper mind continue its work. There is nothing to manage. The work is proceeding lawfully. Every experience arrives preceded by an expectation, whether that expectation is acknowledged or not. Men believe they prepare for life through action alone. Yet preparation begins inwardly, long before effort is applied. What the mind quietly anticipates determines how it arranges thought, time, and conduct. Expectation is not wish, it is assumption. The subconscious responds to assumption as fact. Whatever is assumed calmly and repeatedly becomes the pattern around which behavior organizes itself. I have observed that men who expect resistance encounter it faithfully. Men who expect order discover it. This is not chance. The mind prepares itself for what it anticipates and behaves accordingly. Most men prepare daily for disappointment without realizing it. They rehearse caution, rehearse delay, and rehearse loss. These rehearsals instruct the subconscious to remain guarded, even when opportunity presents itself openly. Guarded minds hesitate. Hesitation interrupts timing. Timing is the silent partner of success. Expectation governs timing by determining readiness. Men who expect favorable outcomes are not reckless. They prepare calmly. Calm preparation sharpens judgment and widens perception. Perception reveals opportunity. I have known men who advanced steadily because they expected progress and prepared accordingly. They did not rush, nor did they doubt. Their manner appeared confident without display. Others sensed this confidence and responded with cooperation. They offered assistance, information, and trust. These responses appeared coincidental, yet they followed expectation faithfully. Expectation also governs patience. Men who expect growth allow time to serve them. Men who expect failure demand immediate proof. Impatience weakens preparation. Preparation that is rushed is incomplete. Preparation that is calm is thorough. As you rest now, expectation is being trained without strain. There is no demand placed upon belief. The subconscious learns through repetition, not argument. The words spoken calmly and often instruct the deeper mind to anticipate order, continuity, and favorable sequence. This anticipation prepares the way. Men who expect difficulty often speak of obstacles before they appear. Men who expect order speak of direction and proceed. Speech reflects expectation. Expectation guides action. Action produces result. This sequence is exact. I have often said that riches respond to definiteness of action. Purpose backed by faith. Faith in this sense is expectation held without anxiety. Anxiety signals uncertainty, expectation removes it, quiet expectation steadies the nerves. Steady nerves improve judgment. Improved judgment enhances timing. Timing improves outcome without increasing effort. Others notice when a man's timing improves. They describe him as fortunate or well-timed. They do not see the expectation that prepared him inwardly. Expectation also governs how failure is interpreted. Men who expect success treat failure as instruction. Men who expect loss treat failure as confirmation. The same event produces opposite results based on expectation. Instruction strengthens preparation. Confirmation of fear weakens it. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to expect favorable sequence. This expectation reduces inner debate. Debate wastes energy. Energy conserved becomes clarity. Clarity guides action without strain. Men who expect order do not scan life for threat, they scan for usefulness. Usefulness attracts return. Return reinforces expectation. Expectation strengthens through evidence, yet evidence follows expectation, not the reverse. This order must be understood if one is to proceed without doubt. As sleep deepens, the body relaxes further. Relaxation signals safety. Safety allows expectation to be installed without resistance. You are not asked to predict outcomes. Prediction invites worry. Expectation prepares for possibility. Possibility expands when fear withdraws. Fear withdraws when repetition teaches safety. The expectation being formed here is not dramatic, it is steady. Steadiness endures. Men who endure do so because they expect continuity. Continuity sustains persistence. Persistence without expectation exhausts. Persistence with expectation steadies. Others respond to steadiness by extending trust. Trust multiplies opportunity. Expectation also governs how opportunity is recognized. Men who expect growth notice openings that others overlook. Attention is guided by anticipation. Anticipation is now being trained. As these words repeat, the mind is growing accustomed to favorable assumption. This assumption does not deny difficulty. It places difficulty within sequence rather than at the center. Sequence gives meaning to effort. Effort guided by sequence is efficient. Effort without sequence is wasteful. I have known men who labored hard yet advanced. Little because they expected struggle. Their expectation shaped their experience faithfully. When expectation changed, effort produced different results without increasing intensity. This change occurred inwardly before it appeared outwardly. Expectation also influences generosity. Men who expect growth give wisely. Men who expect loss withhold anxiously. Withholding signals fear. Fear instructs the subconscious to prepare for lack. Preparation for lack produces it. Preparation for growth invites it. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to prepare for growth. This preparation feels like calm readiness rather than excitement. Excitement disturbs timing. Readiness improves it. You may notice that thoughts of the future feel less burdensome. Burden belongs to uncertainty. Expectation lifts it. Lifting burden frees attention. Freed attention improves perception. Perception reveals opportunity. Opportunity responds to preparation. This cycle reinforces itself. Others will sense that. You approach situations with composure. They will feel at ease in your presence. Ease invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. Effort multiplied produces abundance. Abundance sustained requires continued expectation. Expectation has been placed here through repetition without force. As you drift toward sleep, the conscious mind loosens its hold. This loosening allows expectation to settle deeper. The subconscious does not argue with expectation presented calmly. It accepts and enforces. Enforcement appears as behavior, behavior shapes result, result confirms expectation. This is the law at work. You are not required to watch this process. Watching introduces tension. Trust allows completion. Men who trust expectation allow time to work. Time cooperates with order. Order has been established inwardly. As expectation steadies, impatience fades. Impatience belongs to fear of loss. Expectation anticipates gain. Anticipation of gain guides action without pressure. Pressure weakens judgment. Judgment strengthened by calm prepares success. Others respond to sound judgment instinctively. They seek it. They rely upon it. Reliance invites responsibility. Responsibility invites reward. Reward remains when expectation is stable. As these hours continue, the mind is rehearsing favorable assumption. Rehearsal strengthens familiarity. Familiarity removes doubt. Doubt dissolves through neglect. Neglect is occurring now. Old habits of pessimistic anticipation are weakening. New habits of calm expectancy are strengthening. This strengthening does not announce itself. It expresses itself through steadier conduct and improved timing. You may awaken with a sense of quiet readiness. This readiness is expectation embodied. Expectation embodied guides life effortlessly. Rest now in this preparation. Let repetition continue its work. The deeper mind understands how to anticipate order. What is being formed here will support the next stages of abundance naturally. Abundance that endures is never the product of sudden impulse. It is the result of continuity guided by expectation and carried forward through persistence. Persistence in its highest form is not strain. It is loyalty to direction. Where loyalty exists, effort becomes orderly and sustainable. Many men misunderstand persistence. They imagine it to be force applied repeatedly, a pressing forward against resistance. This misunderstanding exhausts them. True persistence is quieter. It is the absence of retreat within the mind. Retreat begins inwardly before it appears in action. A man withdraws mentally long before he abandons his effort outwardly. When expectation weakens, persistence falters. When expectation remains steady, persistence proceeds without drama. I have observed that men who advance steadily do not speak often of persistence. They simply continue. Continuation becomes natural when the mind no longer entertains the idea of withdrawal. Expectation supplies the reason to continue. Persistence supplies the movement. Together they form continuity. Continuity is the great secret of lasting abundance. Abundance that arrives suddenly and disappears just as quickly does so because continuity was never established. The mind accepted gain momentarily, but did not prepare to remain aligned with it over time. Men who experience repeated cycles of gain and loss often believe fate is unkind. In truth, their inner continuity has not yet been trained. They advance, then retreat, advance again, and retreat once more. This rhythm prevents accumulation. Accumulation requires steady direction. Direction must be protected from doubt. Doubt interrupts persistence. Persistence without doubt becomes habit. Habit carries effort forward even when attention wanders. This is why persistence trained through repetition is more reliable than persistence driven by emotion. Emotion fluctuates. Habit remains. As you rest now, the subconscious is learning to continue without force. This learning does not require effort. It requires repetition. Repetition is taking place now. Each calm cycle strengthens the idea that growth proceeds step by step, without urgency, without retreat, and without exhaustion. Men who live by continuity do not fear delay. Delay does not suggest failure to them. It suggests sequence. Sequence reassures. Reassurance preserves energy. Preserved energy sharpens judgment. Judgment improves timing. Timing enhances result. Others sense this steadiness and respond with trust. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. This multiplication allows abundance to grow without strain. I have known men who labored fiercely in short bursts and achieved little. I have known others who worked steadily with moderate effort and achieved much. The difference lay not in talent, but in continuity. Continuity removes the need for repeated beginnings. Repeated beginnings waste energy. Men who persist steadily rarely feel as though they are starting over. They feel as though they are continuing, even after error or delay. This feeling protects confidence. Confidence steadies persistence. Steady persistence produces accumulation. Accumulation requires time. Time cooperates with continuity. Men who rush time break continuity. Men who trust time preserve it. Expectation prepares the mind to trust time. As expectation and persistence join, impatience fades. Impatience is the signal of doubt. Doubt suggests that continuity is uncertain. Continuity, once assumed, removes impatience. As these hours continue, the subconscious is being trained to assume continuation. This assumption guides behavior automatically. You may notice that thoughts of quitting feel less persuasive. This is not willpower. It is habit forming. Habit does not argue. It proceeds. Proceeding is the essence of persistence. Proceeding quietly conserves strength. Strength conserved sustains long effort. Long effort produces lasting abundance. Others will observe that you are less reactive to temporary setbacks. Reaction interrupts continuity. Response preserves it. Response is guided by expectation. Expectation assures that progress continues beyond momentary difficulty. I have often said that failure is a temporary defeat. It becomes permanent only when persistence dissolves. Continuity prevents dissolution. Men who persist calmly treat difficulty as instruction rather than judgment. Instruction refines effort. Judgment weakens it. This distinction is vital. As persistence becomes habitual, the mind no longer dramatizes obstacles. Drama drains energy. Calm evaluation conserves it. Others sense this calm and are willing to align with it. People prefer to invest their effort where direction appears stable. Stability attracts resources. Resources enable growth. Growth sustained through continuity becomes abundance. Abundance maintained through continuity becomes security. Security strengthens confidence. Confidence reinforces expectation. This cycle is self-sustaining once established. As sleep deepens, the subconscious continues arranging this cycle. It does not require supervision. It requires consistency. Consistency is being supplied now. You are not asked to push forward. Pushing implies resistance. You are invited to continue. Continuation implies alignment. Alignment removes friction. Friction wastes effort. Effort conserved increases endurance. Endurance supports persistence. Persistence ensures continuity. Continuity produces abundance. This order is exact. I have observed that men who align with this order often feel relieved. Relief signals that inner conflict has ended. Conflict consumes more energy than labor. Energy freed by relief becomes available for productive effort. Productive effort yields return. Return reinforces confidence. Confidence sustains effort. This sequence repeats itself naturally when continuity is assumed. You may notice that goals feel less urgent, yet more attainable. Urgency belongs to fear of loss. Attainability belongs to expectation of gain. Expectation stabilizes persistence. Persistence stabilizes behavior. Behavior stabilizes result. Others notice stability and respond accordingly. Men who live by continuity rarely exhaust themselves emotionally. They conserve emotion for decision and allow habit to carry routine. Routine carried by habit does not drain strength. Strength preserved allows endurance. Endurance assures accumulation. Accumulation, guided by judgment, produces abundance. This abundance is not dramatic. It is dependable. Dependability is the true measure of prosperity. As repetition continues, the subconscious accepts continuity as normal. What is normal governs behavior automatically. This acceptance reduces the impulse to abandon effort prematurely. Premature abandonment is the chief cause of failure. Continuity eliminates it. You may find that persistence no longer feels like effort. It feels like direction maintained. Direction maintained requires no motivation. Motivation fades. Habit remains. Habit is now being formed. As sleep deepens, allow this habit to take root without inspection. Inspection introduces doubt. Trust allows completion. Men who trust habit allow law to operate fully. Law responds to repetition. Repetition is occurring now. Nothing further is required. Continuity has been established. Abundance grows best where continuity is protected. Rest now in this continuation. Let repetition continue quietly. The deeper mind understands how to persist without strain. What is being formed here will carry forward naturally, supporting the next stages of abundance without effort. No man ever produces abundance alone, even when he believes he is working by himself. Thought itself is never solitary. It draws upon ideas, experiences, and influences beyond the individual. When these influences are in harmony, power multiplies. When they are in conflict, effort is wasted. I have observed that many men limit their abundance by attempting to stand apart from cooperation. They rely solely upon their own strength, their own judgment, and their own labor. In doing so, they deny themselves the multiplying effect of harmonized effort. Harmony does not weaken individuality. It strengthens it. A single note gains power when it joins others in accord. Discord, not unity, produces confusion. Abundance responds to harmony because harmony signals order. Order invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies results without increasing strain. Men who advance steadily rarely quarrel inwardly with life. Their thoughts are aligned rather than divided. They do not carry one thought forward while another pulls backward. This inner agreement is the foundation of outward cooperation. I have known men of modest ability who achieved great success because they learned to harmonize their thinking with capable minds. I have known men of great ability who failed because they insisted upon thinking alone. Isolation restricts flow. Harmony enlarges it. Harmony begins within. When a man's thoughts agree upon direction, effort proceeds smoothly. When thought is divided, energy is consumed in conflict before action begins. As you rest now, inner conflict softens. The mind becomes receptive to agreement. Agreement removes friction. Friction dissolves quietly. Men who live in harmony do not rush to oppose ideas. They listen, they weigh, they select. Selection is the first act of cooperation. Others sense this willingness to cooperate and respond in kind. They share information, extend trust, and offer assistance. These responses appear natural, yet they are drawn by harmony. I have often spoken of the principle of the mastermind. At its core, this principle is harmony of thought directed toward a definite purpose. Harmony produces power greater than the sum of individual effort. Abundance grows where minds are aligned. Aligned minds exchange ideas freely. Ideas are the most valuable form of capital. Capital responds to direction. Direction becomes effective when supported by cooperation. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to expect cooperation rather than opposition. Expectation shapes perception. Perception reveals opportunity. Men who expect conflict find it readily. Men who expect harmony discover it just as faithfully. Expectation governs experience. As the inner state becomes more harmonized, outer circumstances adjust. People who once seemed obstructive become neutral or helpful. Situations that once resisted progress soften. This change is not caused by persuasion, it is caused by alignment. Alignment removes the need to force outcomes, force repels, harmony attracts. Men who practice harmony inwardly are rarely argumentative. They do not need to dominate conversation or prove their position. Their certainty is quiet. Quiet certainty invites respect. Respect invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies abundance. I have known men who doubled their influence simply by listening more and opposing less. Their willingness to harmonize created opportunities no amount of force could have produced. Harmony also governs how disagreement is handled. Men who are harmonized do not fear differing views. They extract value without losing direction. Fear of disagreement restricts cooperation. Comfort with discussion expands it. As sleep deepens, the mind relaxes its defenses. Defenses belong to fear. Harmony belongs to confidence. Confidence trusts that agreement can be found without surrendering purpose. Purpose remains fixed while methods adjust. Adjustment is the mark of intelligence. Intelligence applied harmoniously attracts success. Others feel safe contributing ideas to men who are harmonized. Safety encourages sharing. Sharing produces insight. Insight improves judgment. Judgment guides direction. Direction supported by harmony proceeds efficiently. Abundance responds to efficiency. Many men unknowingly block abundance by harboring envy or resentment. These conditions fracture harmony and isolate the mind. Isolation restricts flow. When admiration replaces envy, harmony is restored. Admiration opens the mind to instruction. Instruction accelerates growth. I have often advised men to study successful individuals with admiration rather than jealousy. Admiration aligns thought with achievement. Jealousy repels it. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to align with success rather than resist it. Resistance weakens connection. Alignment strengthens it. Harmony also governs self-talk. Men who criticize themselves harshly disrupt inner cooperation. Inner criticism weakens confidence and clouds judgment. Self-direction guided by firmness rather than condemnation preserves harmony. Preserved harmony sustains effort. Effort sustained attracts opportunity. Opportunity grows where cooperation exists. As the mind becomes accustomed to harmony, it no longer anticipates struggle in interaction. Anticipation shapes experience. Expect harmony, and it appears. Expect conflict, and it follows. This law operates faithfully. I have observed that men who expect cooperation often receive it even from unlikely sources. Their expectation alters tone, manner, and response. Tone communicates more than words. Tone of harmony invites harmony. As sleep approaches more fully, the subconscious absorbs this tone. It records calm agreement rather than defensive posture. Old habits of opposition weaken through neglect. New habits of cooperation strengthen through repetition. This strengthening does not require conscious effort. It occurs beneath awareness. Men who cultivate harmony inwardly find that they are seldom alone in their efforts. Assistance arrives naturally. Advice appears timely. Support emerges unexpectedly. These are not accidents. They are responses to alignment. Abundance expands through channels of cooperation. Closed channels restrict flow. Flow increases when resistance is absent. Resistance often masquerades as independence. True independence is the ability to cooperate without losing direction. Direction is not surrendered through harmony. It is reinforced. I have known leaders who built lasting success by harmonizing strong personalities rather than suppressing them. Harmony multiplied strength. Suppression breeds resentment. Resentment blocks cooperation. Cooperation fuels growth. As repetition continues, the mind is learning to move with life rather than against it. Movement with life conserves energy. Energy conserved increases endurance. Endurance sustains persistence. Persistence guided by harmony produces abundance. This sequence is natural and exact. Others will notice that you appear agreeable without being weak. Agreeableness here means alignment, not concession. Alignment allows progress without friction. Friction wastes effort. Effort conserved multiplies result. Abundance follows. As harmony deepens, impatience fades. Impatience disrupts cooperation. Patience invites it. Patience listens. Listening reveals opportunity. Opportunity shared multiplies. This multiplication depends upon harmony. As sleep deepens, allow this alignment to settle. There is no need to analyze. Analysis reintroduces division. Division weakens harmony. Harmony strengthens flow. Flow carries abundance naturally. The mind is now being trained to expect cooperation, to welcome alignment, and to move in accord with law and with other minds. What is trained here will guide interaction tomorrow without effort. This guidance will appear as ease, timing, and support. Support sustains growth. Growth sustained becomes abundance. Rest now in this harmony. Let repetition continue quietly. The deeper mind understands how to align. What is being formed here will expand abundance through cooperation without force or struggle. That which feels extraordinary is treated with caution. That which feels ordinary is handled with ease. This single distinction explains why abundance often visits men briefly and departs just as quickly. The subconscious preserves what it considers normal and withdraws from what appears unusual or unstable. Most men imagine that abundance should feel thrilling. They expect excitement, relief, or triumph when increase appears. These reactions signal disturbance rather than readiness. Disturbance instructs the subconscious that balance has been broken. Balance must exist before abundance can remain. Men who sustain prosperity treat increase as commonplace. They do not speak of it with emotion. They incorporate it into daily conduct as naturally as any other responsibility. This treatment signals stability, and stability invites continuity. I have observed that men who react strongly to gain often lose it. They celebrate inwardly or fear its loss, and both reactions instruct the subconscious to restore equilibrium by reducing what feels excessive. Normalcy preserves what excitement expels. This is not indifference. It is mastery. Mastery handles increase without drama. Others sense this mastery instinctively. They do not feel tension in the presence of such men. They feel steadiness. Steadiness invites trust. Trust multiplies opportunity. Opportunity sustained requires normalization. Normalization is not achieved by denial. It is achieved by repetition without emphasis. As these ideas repeat calmly, the mind adjusts its scale of what feels acceptable. What once seemed large begins to feel proportionate. Proportion creates comfort. Comfort allows holding. Holding allows building. Building allows expansion. Men who grow gradually rarely lose what they gain. Their inner sense of normal expands in step with their circumstances. Sudden leaps without inner adjustment create instability. Stability must precede scale. I have known men who doubled their income yet felt uneasy. Their unease signaled danger to the subconscious. Their conduct changed subtly, and opportunity withdrew. When they learned to treat growth as routine, stability returned. Routine does not diminish value. It preserves it. Men who normalize abundance do not diminish ambition. They remove fear from it. Fear distorts handling. Handling determines outcome. Others notice when a man handles success calmly. They are more willing to entrust him with greater responsibility. Responsibility invites further reward. Reward remains when it is treated as normal. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning that increase does not require alarm, celebration, or defense. It requires direction and steadiness. Direction is easier to maintain when emotion is quiet. Quiet emotion preserves judgment. Judgment guides conduct. Conduct sustains result. This chain depends upon normalization. Men who dramatize abundance disrupt this chain. Men who normalize it strengthen it. As you rest now, notice how the idea of abundance feels less charged. This neutrality is essential. Neutrality allows familiarity. Familiarity governs behavior more strongly than desire. The mind acts comfortably around what it knows. As abundance becomes familiar inwardly, actions adjust automatically. Choices become wiser. Risks become measured. Planning becomes clear. These adjustments do not feel forced. They feel natural. Others sense this naturalness and respond with confidence. They trust men who appear settled in their circumstances. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies results. Normalization also governs how loss is handled. Men who normalize abundance do not panic at fluctuation. They expect movement and adjust calmly. Panic repels opportunity. Calm preserves it. I have observed that men who survive temporary loss often do so because they never treated abundance as fragile. Fragility invites fear. Fear instructs withdrawal. Abundance treated as stable behaves as such. Stability is communicated inwardly through repetition without emphasis. You are not asked to deny the value of abundance. You are asked to remove emotional extremes around it. Extremes disrupt balance. Balance preserves growth. As these hours continue, the subconscious is adjusting its expectations quietly. It is learning that more is acceptable, manageable, and ordinary. This learning expands capacity. Capacity invites stewardship. Stewardship attracts further increase. Others respond to this stewardship by offering trust and responsibility. Responsibility handled calmly leads to influence. Influence expands opportunity. Opportunity normalized becomes sustainable. Men who normalize abundance do not speak constantly of progress. They focus on direction. Direction keeps attention where it belongs. Attention guided by direction avoids distraction. Distraction wastes opportunity. Normalization reduces distraction by removing emotional noise. Noise clouds judgment. Silence clarifies it. As sleep deepens, the mind becomes quieter. Quiet allows normalization to settle without resistance. Resistance arises when the mind feels overwhelmed. Overwhelm fades when expectations are adjusted gradually. Gradual adjustment endures. This is why repetition is essential. Not repetition to persuade, but repetition to familiarize. Familiarity removes shock. Shock disrupts balance. Balance supports continuity. Continuity supports abundance. Others may notice that you appear composed regardless of circumstance. This composure is not detachment. It is normalization at work. Men who normalize abundance do not cling to it. Clinging signals fear. They direct it. Direction signals confidence. Confidence attracts return. Return reinforces expectation. Expectation normalizes further growth. This cycle strengthens itself. I have often said that riches come to those who are prepared to handle them. Preparation includes emotional preparation. Emotional preparation is not excitement. It is neutrality. Neutrality allows clear thought. Clear thought guides wise action. Wise action sustains gain. As repetition continues, the subconscious is adopting neutrality around increase. This adoption feels like ease. Ease does not reduce ambition. It removes friction. Friction wastes energy. Energy conserved allows expansion. Expansion normalized becomes prosperity. Others will sense that you do not appear hurried by success nor threatened by loss. They will describe you as steady. Steadiness is rare. Rarity attracts value. Value invites reward. Reward remains when treated as ordinary. As sleep approaches fully, allow this neutrality to deepen. There is nothing to watch, nothing to manage. The deeper mind understands how to normalize through repetition. What is being formed here will guide behavior tomorrow without effort. Abundance will feel less like an event and more like a condition. Conditions endure. Events pass. This distinction determines permanence. Rest now in this condition. Let repetition continue quietly. The work is proceeding lawfully. Every man lives within the boundaries of an identity he has accepted, whether consciously or not. This identity is not announced, it is assumed. It answers quietly the question of what is possible, permissible, and expected. Circumstance follows this answer with exact obedience. Abundance that endures must become part of identity, not something added to it. What is added can be removed. What is identified with remains. I have observed that many men experience brief prosperity, yet return quickly to old conditions because their identity never expanded to include increase. They accepted abundance as an event rather than as an expression of who they were becoming. The subconscious defends identity more fiercely than desire. It will abandon opportunity rather than permit a man to live beyond the identity he believes to be true. This is why identity must change before circumstance can remain changed. Men who sustain abundance do not ask whether they deserve it. They assume responsibility for directing it. Responsibility signals readiness. Others sense this readiness instinctively. They trust men who carry themselves as stewards rather than recipients. Stewardship attracts confidence. Confidence invites cooperation. Cooperation expands opportunity. Identity governs how a man responds to opportunity. If opportunity feels inconsistent with identity, it is mishandled or avoided. If it aligns with identity, it is directed calmly. I have known men who declined opportunities unknowingly because they felt not for them. This feeling arose not from logic, but from identity quietly asserting itself. Identity speaks in feelings, not arguments. As you rest now, identity is being adjusted through repetition without force. The subconscious accepts identity changes most readily when they are introduced calmly and consistently. You are not asked to adopt a new name or title. You are invited to accept a broader sense of self. A man's sense of self is built from what he repeats inwardly about his place in life. These repetitions form standards. Standards govern conduct. Conduct repeated becomes character. Character shapes destiny. This order is exact. As these ideas repeat, the mind is learning to regard abundance as natural to its direction, not as reward, but as accompaniment. Accompaniment remains. Reward is celebrated and forgotten. Men who identify with abundance do not speak often of money. They speak of purpose, direction, and service. Money responds to these attitudes as a secondary effect. Others respond to this identity by offering trust and responsibility. They feel confident placing resources in the hands of those who appear prepared to manage them. Preparedness is felt inwardly long before it is displayed outwardly. Identity also governs self-respect. Men who do not respect themselves inwardly rarely sustain prosperity. They sabotage themselves through hesitation, underpricing of effort, or withdrawal from responsibility. As self-respect strengthens, identity stabilizes. Self-respect does not require praise. It requires alignment with one's direction. Alignment has been established here through repetition. Men who identify with abundance do not apologize for success. Apology signals guilt. Guilt repels continuity. Acceptance preserves it. Acceptance here does not mean arrogance. It means calm ownership of responsibility. Ownership directs behavior. Behavior shapes result. Others sense ownership and respond accordingly. I have often said that leadership arises naturally from identity. Men follow those who appear certain of their place. Certainty attracts cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. Effort guided by identity produces abundance. Identity also governs how setbacks are interpreted. Men who identify with abundance treat setbacks as temporary adjustments. Men who do not treat them as confirmation of limitation. This difference determines persistence. Persistence follows identity. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to associate self with continuity, capability, and direction. These associations guide action automatically. You may notice that the idea of living abundantly feels less distant. Distance is created by unfamiliarity. Familiarity removes it. Identity grows familiar through repetition. Repetition does not require belief. It creates belief. Belief guides conduct. Conduct shapes circumstance. This sequence is at work now. Men who identify with abundance do not rush outcomes. They trust their trajectory. Trajectory reassures. Reassurance preserves patience. Patience supports persistence. Persistence sustains growth. Growth becomes accumulation. Accumulation becomes abundance. Others will notice that you appear less reactive to praise or criticism. Identity stabilizes emotion. Stabilized emotion improves judgment. Judgment guides wise action. Wise action preserves gain. As sleep deepens, identity instruction settles more deeply. The subconscious records tone and assumption rather than words. Assumptions repeated become facts inwardly. Facts inwardly become results outwardly. You are not asked to deny your past identity. You are asked to stop rehearsing it. Rehearsal sustains identity. Neglect weakens it. New identity strengthens through exposure. Exposure is taking place now. Men who adopt a new identity often feel relief. Relief signals the end of inner contradiction. Contradiction drains energy. Energy freed strengthens purpose. Purpose directs effort. Effort aligned produces result. Others sense this alignment and respond with trust. Trust invites opportunity. Opportunity remains when identity supports it. As repetition continues, the mind is learning to accept abundance as a condition consistent with its direction. This acceptance removes inner debate. Debate wastes energy. Energy conserved supports expansion. Expansion integrated into identity becomes permanence. Men who achieve permanence rarely speak of it. They live it. Living expresses identity. Identity guides life. This guidance does not require vigilance. It operates automatically. As sleep approaches fully, allow this identity to settle without inspection. Inspection invites doubt. Trust allows completion. The deeper mind understands how to integrate identity through repetition. What is being formed here will express itself tomorrow through steadier conduct, clearer judgment, and natural confidence. Abundance will no longer feel like something to reach for. It will feel like something to direct. Direction belongs to identity. Identity has been aligned. Rest now in this alignment. Let repetition continue quietly. The work is proceeding lawfully. Every constructive effort reaches a moment when instruction must yield to trust. Beyond this point, further direction becomes interference. What has been impressed through repetition now belongs to habit, and habit governs conduct more faithfully than intention ever could. The mind, once aligned, does not require supervision. It requires freedom to operate. Freedom allows law to complete its work without obstruction. I have observed that many men weaken progress by returning repeatedly to examine what has already been established. They question whether change has occurred, whether it will last, whether more effort is required. These questions reopen doors that repetition had already closed. Wisdom lies in restraint. When the subconscious has accepted a pattern, it enforces it automatically. It does not argue, it does not forget. It proceeds according to frequency and tone. Sleep is not an interruption of this process. It is its greatest ally. As awareness loosens, the deeper faculties assume command. They arrange thought, expectation, and conduct without debate. What has been repeated calmly becomes law. Men who understand this awaken with clarity they cannot explain. Decisions feel simpler. Direction feels steadier. Confidence feels quieter. These are the signs of order operating beneath awareness. Order does not announce itself. It expresses itself. From this point forward, the mind will continue selecting what aligns with its rebuilt identity. Distraction will lose its appeal. Doubt will hesitate before speaking. Old habits will find no welcome. This selection will feel natural, not forced. I have long taught that habit is the servant of destiny. Habit formed through repetition does not require will. It operates faithfully, even when attention wanders. The habits formed here now belong to identity. Identity governs choice. Choice guides action. Action produces result. This sequence is in motion. There is nothing further to add. Men who attempt to add after this point often do so from impatience. Impatience belongs to uncertainty. Certainty allows release. Release permits law to operate fully. Law works best when undisturbed. As sleep deepens, the conscious mind releases control. This release is not loss. It is cooperation. Cooperation allows the deeper mind to perform its work without resistance. You may drift in and out of awareness. This does not interrupt the process. It assists it. The subconscious remains alert even when consciousness rests. It records rhythm, tone, and assumption. Assumption governs expectation. Expectation governs behavior. Behavior shapes circumstance. This order does not require supervision. I have observed that men who sustain abundance often appear unhurried. Their calm is not indifference. It is assurance born of experience with law. They have learned to trust sequence. Sequence rewards patience. Patience preserves continuity. Continuity sustains growth. Growth integrated into identity becomes permanence. You have reached the stage where growth no longer needs encouragement. It needs allowance. Allowance removes friction. Friction wastes energy. Energy conserved strengthens judgment. Judgment improves timing. Timing enhances result. These improvements will appear quietly. Others may. Notice them before you do. They may comment on composure, steadiness, or clarity. They may trust your judgment more readily. These responses are drawn by inner order. From this point forward, abundance is no longer something to pursue. It is something to direct. Direction belongs to identity. Identity has been aligned. You are not required to remember every word spoken here. Memory is not the instrument of change. Impression is. Impression remains long after words fade. The impressions formed here are calm, steady, and lawful. They will guide conduct automatically. Men who attempt to force remembrance often weaken impression. Forgetting is not failure. It is integration. Integration allows habit to operate. Habit operates without effort. As the body rests more deeply, the subconscious continues arranging priorities, strengthening useful patterns, and dissolving those no longer reinforced. This arrangement is exact. The mind seeks order naturally when not disturbed. Disturbance has been removed. Old patterns may attempt to revisit. This is natural. Habit force tests former territory. When this occurs, do not engage. Engagement strengthens. Neglect weakens. Proceed as though direction were already settled. It is. Men who proceed without inner debate conserve strength. Strength conserved supports endurance. Endurance assures accumulation. Accumulation directed produces abundance. Abundance maintained becomes security. Security stabilizes confidence. Confidence reinforces identity. This cycle is now established. From this point forward, effort will feel more efficient. Decisions will feel clearer. Persistence will feel steadier. These changes do not require observation. They will reveal themselves through conduct. Conduct speaks louder than intention. I have often said that success is the result of laws applied, not wishes expressed. Those laws have been applied here through repetition, calmness, and alignment. Law does not reverse itself. It proceeds. Sleep now without concern. Concern implies unfinished work. The work has been completed for now. Nothing further is required. When morning comes, action will follow naturally. When opportunity appears, recognition will be quiet. When challenge arises, response will be composed. This is the evidence of rebuilding complete. You are not becoming someone new overnight. You are removing interference so that natural strength may operate without obstruction. Interference has been removed. Order remains. Allow sleep to carry this order deeper. What has been planted will grow. What has been built will endure. Release control, rest. The law continues its work. There comes a point in every sound undertaking when the mind no longer needs direction, explanation, or encouragement. At that point, all that remains is allowance. Allowance is the final act of wisdom. It is the quiet confidence that what has been impressed will now express itself according to law. That point has been reached. Nothing further needs to be added to the mind. Nothing needs to be removed. The structure that governs thought, expectation, and action has been adjusted where it matters most beneath awareness, where habits are born and maintained. Men often believe that change must be guarded carefully, watched closely, and reinforced constantly. This belief is born of misunderstanding. True change does not require vigilance, it requires trust in the laws that produced it. The subconscious mind, once impressed with clarity and repetition, performs its task without supervision. It arranges conduct, selects attention, and governs response automatically. This automatic operation is the highest form of control. Control through law is effortless. Control through strain is temporary. What has taken place here belongs to the first kind. I have spent many years studying men who succeeded over long periods of time. I observed not only what they did, but what they stopped doing. One of the most important things they stopped doing was doubting processes already set in motion. They learned when to act, and they learned when to step aside. This epilogue belongs to stepping aside. From this moment forward, your task is not to think about abundance, but to live in alignment with the identity that naturally produces it. Identity governs conduct without command. Conduct produces results without debate. Results arrive quietly when identity is settled. You may not feel different in any dramatic sense. That is as it should be. Dramatic sensation belongs to emotion, not to habit. Habit is quiet. It expresses itself through steadiness rather than excitement. If you awaken tomorrow with a sense of calm readiness, that is evidence enough. Calm readiness is the mark of an ordered mind. An ordered mind does not hurry outcomes. It allows sequence. Sequence is the language of law. Law does not operate on demand. It operates on consistency. Consistency has been supplied. Repetition has done its work. The inner climate has been changed. From this point forward, the mind will continue selecting thoughts, attitudes, and responses that align with the structure now in place. This selection will feel natural. You will not need to correct yourself constantly. Correction implies resistance. Resistance has been removed. You may notice that certain worries no longer take hold. You may notice that decisions feel less burdensome. You may notice that effort feels more efficient. These are not coincidences. They are the outward signs of inward order. Others may notice these changes before you do. They may trust your judgment more readily. They may feel at ease in your presence. They may describe you as steady, fortunate, or dependable. They will not know why. You will not need to explain. Life responds to inner order without asking permission. From this point forward, abundance is no longer something to invite repeatedly. It has already been welcomed. It is no longer something to chase. It is something to direct. Direction does not require intensity. It requires clarity. Clarity has been restored. Clarity simplifies life. Simplification conserves energy. Energy conserved strengthens. Persistence. Persistence maintained produces accumulation. Accumulation directed becomes abundance. This is not theory. It is sequence. The same sequence that governs growth in nature governs growth in human affairs. Seeds are not rushed. Roots are not inspected daily. They are allowed to grow. You have planted. Now you allow. Many men disrupt their own progress by checking too often, measuring too soon, or questioning too deeply. They disturb what is already forming. This disturbance is born of impatience, not necessity. Impatience belongs to uncertainty. Uncertainty has been removed. Certainty does not demand proof. It proceeds. From this point forward, you may trust your instincts more readily. Instinct sharpened by order becomes intuition. Intuition guides decision without argument. Men who rely upon intuition grounded in discipline rarely go astray. Discipline has been installed, not discipline of force, but discipline of habit. Habit governs what you do when attention wanders. That is when life is truly decided. The habits formed here will operate when you are not thinking about them. That is their value. You will not need to remember what was said. You will only need to live. Living expresses identity. Identity directs life. This direction will feel natural. Natural direction does not require defense. It does not require explanation. It does not require permission. As days and weeks pass, you may find that opportunities appear without announcement. You may find that conversations turn useful. You may find that effort yields more return than before. Do not be surprised. This is the normal response to order. Order attracts cooperation. Cooperation multiplies results. Results reinforce. Confidence. Confidence stabilizes identity. Identity governs destiny. This circle is now closed. Nothing further is required to keep it turning. There will still be challenges. Challenge is instruction. What has changed is your response. Response is now guided by steadiness rather than fear. Fear disrupts rhythm. Rhythm has been restored. Restored rhythm carries life forward without strain. You may find that rest itself feels more complete. Rest allows the subconscious to continue its work without interference. That work is ongoing. Sleep is not an absence of activity. It is the most productive state of mental alignment. Allow sleep to do what it does best. Do not ask it to prove anything. Proof arrives later. For now, rest is enough. You have done the work required. The rest belongs to law. Law does not fail. Law does not forget. Law proceeds. Release the mind. Release the body. Release the need to manage. What has been impressed will express itself. What has been aligned will attract its likeness. What has been prepared will receive. This is the final truth of the work. There is nothing more to seek. There is nothing more to add. There is nothing more to correct. Live quietly. Proceed steadily. Allow abundance to unfold as a natural consequence of who you are now prepared to be. Sleep if sleep comes. Wake if waking comes. In either case, the law continues its work, and it does so faithfully. Before the mind may be directed, the body must be at rest. Rest is not idleness. It is preparation. Place the body in a position that requires no adjustment. Let the hands be still. Let the breathing slow without instruction. The mind follows the body when resistance is absent. Do not attempt to think clearly yet. Clarity comes after order. Order begins with stillness. Allow the attention to withdraw from the outer world. Sounds may remain, but they do not require response. They pass. The mind is learning to choose what it engages. Now turn awareness inward, not to any single thought, but to the general condition of the mind. Notice whether it feels hurried or settled, crowded or open. Do not judge this condition. Judgment introduces strain. Observation removes it. I have long taught that the mind must be deliberately arranged. If it is to serve purpose faithfully, this exercise is the arrangement of thought, carried out calmly, without argument and without haste. Begin by acknowledging inwardly that every condition in life proceeds from a mental pattern repeated until it became habit. Abundance and limitation are not accidents. They are results of repetition. Say inwardly, without emotion, that what has been formed through repetition can be reformed through repetition. This is not hope, it is law. Let this statement rest. Do not repeat it hurriedly. One calm acceptance is more powerful than many forced declarations. Now begin the first movement of the exercise. Clearing. Bring to mind gently the patterns of thought that have limited increase. Not events, not persons, only patterns, hesitation, delay, caution born of fear, expectation of struggle. Do not analyze them. Analysis strengthens attachment. Simply recognize that these patterns existed because they were repeated. Now state inwardly that you withdraw repetition from these patterns. You are not fighting them. You are neglecting them. Neglect dissolves what resistance strengthens. Pause here. Let the mind rest in this pause. Pauses are moments of reordering. Now begin the second movement, restoring order. Bring to mind the idea of order as a natural condition, not something imposed. Order exists where thought agrees with itself. Say inwardly that your thoughts are learning to agree upon direction rather than argue with one another. Agreement conserves energy. Energy conserved strengthens persistence. Do not rush these words, let them settle. Now imagine, calmly and without detail, that your thoughts are being arranged as one might arrange tools after use. Only those that belong remain within reach. Others are set aside without emotion. This image is not fancy, it is instruction. The subconscious understands arrangement. Remain with this sense of order for several slow breaths. Now proceed to the third movement, expectation placement. Expectation prepares experience. The mind arranges itself around what it anticipates. Say inwardly that you expect growth to proceed naturally, without strain, without haste, and without retreat. Expectation does not demand proof. It prepares for sequence. State that you expect effort to yield return, patience to yield advantage, and persistence to yield accumulation. These statements are not promises. They are instructions. Allow them to settle. Now proceed to the fourth movement, identity alignment. Every man lives according to an identity he has accepted. Identity answers quietly the question of what happens naturally for him. Say inwardly that you accept the identity of one who directs abundance rather than seeks it, one who manages increase rather than reacts to it, one who remains steady regardless of momentary condition. Do not attempt to feel this identity. Feeling will follow familiarity. Identity grows familiar through repetition. Now state that abundance feels normal, manageable, and appropriate to your direction. This statement removes conflict between desire and self-concept. Pause again. Silence here is important. Now begin the fifth movement, emotional neutrality. Emotion colors instruction. Excess emotion disrupts balance. Say inwardly that you release excitement, fear, and urgency around abundance. These emotions disturb order. State that calm acceptance now governs your thoughts regarding growth, opportunity, and reward. Neutrality allows clarity. Clarity guides action. Action guided by clarity produces result. Remain with this neutrality. Now proceed to the sixth movement, persistence installation. Persistence is loyalty to direction without retreat. Say inwardly that once you choose a direction, you remain loyal to it regardless of temporary appearance. Loyalty here does not require force. It requires decision. State that quitting no longer presents itself as an option. Continuation has become natural. This statement is instruction to habit. Habit obeys repetition. Now proceed to the seventh movement, cooperation readiness. Abundance expands through cooperation. Cooperation begins inwardly. Say inwardly that you are receptive to alignment with capable minds, useful ideas, and favorable circumstance. Receptivity does not surrender direction. It enhances it. State that harmony now replaces opposition in thought and conduct. Harmony attracts cooperation. Cooperation multiplies power. Pause again. Now proceed to the eighth movement, stewardship acceptance. Abundance remains with those prepared to direct it responsibly. Say inwardly that you accept responsibility for growth calmly and without apology. Responsibility signals readiness. State that you direct resources wisely, patiently, and confidently. This statement trains the subconscious to retain what it receives. Now proceed to the ninth movement, release of control. Control through strain weakens progress. Control through habit strengthens it. Say inwardly that you release the need to supervise every result. You trust habit to enforce what repetition has installed. State that you allow time to cooperate with law. Trust removes interference. Interference delays result. Pause again. Now conclude with the 10th movement, sealing. State inwardly, as present fact, that your mind is ordered, your expectation is steady, your persistence is natural, and your identity is aligned with abundance. Do not repeat these statements forcefully. One calm cycle is sufficient. Now allow the mind to rest without further instruction. If thoughts arise, let them pass without engagement. Engagement strengthens, passing weakens. Remain in this quiet for several moments. This exercise is complete when effort ceases. End it not with intention, but with rest. Sleep if sleep follows. Rise if waking follows. The subconscious continues its work regardless. What has been impressed will express itself. Habit will enforce direction. Law will deliver. Result. Nothing further is required. There is a point beyond which instruction ceases to be useful. At that point, the mind no longer benefits from direction, explanation, or effort. What it requires then is silence, space, and time. This epilogue belongs to that point. The work that could be done through thought has been done. The work that could be done through repetition has been accomplished. What remains is the natural unfolding that follows alignment with law. Law does not require supervision. It requires allowance. I have observed throughout my life that men often interfere with their own progress by continuing to instruct themselves after instruction has already been accepted. They mistake stillness for stagnation and silence for absence. In truth, the most powerful stages of growth occur beyond awareness. The subconscious mind performs its greatest work when the conscious mind steps aside. That step has now been taken. From this point forward, the mind will continue arranging itself according to the strongest impressions it has received. Those impressions have been supplied calmly, consistently, and without contradiction. They now belong to habit. Habit does not require memory. Habit does not require belief. Habit operates. Operation is the mark of permanence. You may find, in the days that follow, that you think less about abundance and yet act more in harmony with it. This is not neglect. It is evidence that the work has moved beneath the surface, where it belongs. When a man must constantly remind himself of a principle, it has not yet become part of him. When the principle governs conduct without reminder, it has been accepted. Acceptance has taken place. Men often expect change to feel dramatic. They wait for sensation, excitement, or certainty as proof. This expectation is misplaced. Lasting change feels quiet. It feels like relief. It feels like no longer carrying a weight one had grown accustomed to bearing. Relief is the signal of order restored. From this order, action becomes efficient rather than exhausting. Decisions require less debate. Persistence requires less effort. Direction remains steady even when conditions shift. These are the signs of a mind operating according to law rather than impulse. Law produces consistency. Consistency produces confidence. Confidence stabilizes. Identity. Identity governs destiny. This sequence is now active. I have seen men who attempted to force confidence and failed. I have seen others who allowed order to produce confidence naturally. The difference lay not in desire, but in patience. Patience is not waiting. Patience is trust in sequence. Sequence is the manner in which law reveals itself. Seeds do not grow because they are checked daily. They grow because conditions were prepared and then left undisturbed. Human affairs obey the same order. The mind you now carry has been prepared. It must now be left undisturbed. You may notice that you respond differently to ordinary matters. Minor difficulties may no longer disturb you as they once did. This is not indifference. It is proportion restored. Proportion allows judgment. Judgment guides conduct. Conduct shapes result. Others may respond differently to you without knowing why. They may trust you more readily. They may feel at ease in your presence. They may seek your counsel or cooperation. These responses are not accidental. They are drawn by inner order. Inner order communicates itself without words. From this point forward, abundance is no longer an idea to be entertained. It is a condition to be directed. Direction does not require thought. It requires habit. Habit has been formed. Do not attempt to test it. Testing implies doubt. Doubt weakens what repetition has strengthened. Allow behavior to reveal the change instead. Behavior never lies. You may find that your actions become more deliberate and less hurried. Hurry belongs to fear of loss. Deliberation belongs to expectation of gain. Expectation has been trained. Time now cooperates. When time cooperates, effort multiplies. Multiplication does not appear suddenly. It accumulates. Accumulation depends upon continuity. Continuity has been secured. There will still be moments of uncertainty. No life is free of them. What has changed is your relationship to uncertainty. It no longer governs your thinking. It informs it. Information strengthens judgment. Judgment refines direction. Direction sustains progress. This is the advantage of order. I have often said that success is not something to be chased, but something to be attracted through harmony of thought and action. Harmony has been restored. Restoration is complete for now. Nothing further is required to maintain it. If at times you feel tempted to interfere, to analyze, or to question whether change has occurred, return to stillness rather than argument. Stillness allows habit to assert itself. Habit does not respond to debate. It responds to repetition. Repetition has already been supplied. The work continues without you. This is not abandonment. It is cooperation with law. As sleep comes, or as rest deepens, allow yourself to remain passive. Passivity here is not weakness. It is confidence. Confidence trusts what has been established. Confidence allows time to complete its task. Time works faithfully for those who do not oppose it. From this point forward, you may notice that you recover more quickly from disappointment. Recovery speed is a measure of inner order. Disorder lingers. Order proceeds. Proceeding does not announce itself. It simply continues. Men who understand this law do not fear interruption. They know that direction resumes naturally when order is present. Order is present. You may find that you feel less compelled to explain yourself to others. Explanation often signals inner uncertainty. Certainty does not require defense. Defense consumes energy. Energy conserved strengthens persistence. Persistence sustains growth. Growth becomes abundance. Abundance integrated becomes stability. Stability allows freedom. Freedom is the final reward of discipline. Discipline has been established quietly. Quiet discipline is the strongest kind. You may forget many of the words spoken here. That is as it should be. Words are vehicles, not destinations. What matters is what has been impressed. Impression endures. Endurance shapes character. Character determines outcome. This is the law that governs all human achievement. There is nothing mystical in it. There is nothing uncertain. It operates always. You have aligned with it. Alignment produces result, as surely as cause produces effect. From this point forward, do not look for signs. Signs follow. They do not precede. Live your days according to direction rather than mood. Mood fluctuates. Direction remains. When direction remains, results arrive in their proper time. Proper time cannot be hurried, nor can it be delayed by doubt once alignment is complete. Alignment is complete. Rest now in this understanding. Allow the mind to remain still. Allow the body to rest. Allow the law to proceed. Nothing more is required of you. The work continues faithfully, and it will do so whether you watch it or not. This is the final truth. Sleep if sleep comes. Rest if rest remains. Wake when waking arrives. In all cases, the law continues, and it does so without fail. There is a quiet certainty that comes to the mind when it has finished its labor. This certainty does not speak loudly. It does not seek reassurance. It simply remains. When it arrives, striving becomes unnecessary, and effort yields its place to order. That certainty now belongs here. The work of instruction has reached its end. The work of alignment has been completed. What remains is not thought, but condition. A condition, once established, governs without command. Men often confuse silence with absence. They believe that when thought quiets, progress has stopped. In truth, Progress reaches its most reliable stage when thought no longer interferes. The mind that has learned its direction does not repeat itself endlessly. It proceeds. I have spent years observing men at every stage of success and failure, and I have found that the greatest turning points in their lives were seldom marked by noise. They were marked by calm. By the moment when doubt ceased to argue and decision ceased to defend itself, that moment has passed here. From this point forward, the mind will no longer return to its former confusion in the same way. Old habits may attempt to appear, but they will not feel familiar. Familiarity has shifted. What once seemed natural will now feel misplaced. This is how true change announces itself, through unfamiliarity with the old. You may notice that certain thoughts no longer hold your attention. They appear, yet fail to command belief. This is not resistance. It is disinterest. Disinterest is the final stage of release. Release does not struggle. It forgets. Forgetting is a sign that habit has changed. The habits now governing your thought were formed quietly, without argument and without force. They were formed through repetition, calmness, and allowance. These are the only methods that endure. Endurance belongs to law. Law does not require maintenance. It requires only that it not be opposed. You are no longer opposing it. From this moment forward, abundance is not something to think about. It is something that will express itself through your conduct. Conduct is the most honest reflection of inner condition. You may find yourself choosing differently without knowing why. You may find that your tolerance for disorder diminishes. You may find that you no longer entertain ideas that once occupied your attention. These changes are not deliberate. They are automatic. Automatic change is the sign that the subconscious has accepted instruction as truth. Truth does not need repetition once it is established. It acts. I have often said that men fail not because they lack desire, but because they lack definiteness. Definiteness has now been secured inwardly. Direction no longer competes with alternatives. Alternatives weaken persistence. Persistence now proceeds without question. This is the state toward which all sound instruction leads. It is the state in which effort becomes unnecessary because habit has assumed command. Habit does not ask whether today is favorable. It proceeds. Habit does not measure mood. It continues. Habit does not argue with circumstance. It adjusts. This adjustment is now taking place quietly. You may not notice it immediately. The deepest changes are rarely felt at the moment they occur. They reveal themselves later, through results that appear orderly rather than accidental. Others may comment that things seem to be working out for you. They may speak of good fortune or favorable timing. They will not see the cause. The cause is now internal. Internal causes always produce external effects. This is the law that governs all achievement. The mind you now carry is no longer unsettled by the idea of more. More no longer excites or frightens. It feels appropriate. Appropriateness is the final qualification for permanence. What feels appropriate remains. What feels excessive departs. The measure of what feels appropriate has expanded. This expansion did not require strain. It required familiarity. Familiarity has been achieved. You are now living beyond the stage where encouragement is helpful. Encouragement is required only when doubt remains. Doubt has lost its authority. Authority now belongs to order. Order expresses itself through calm decision, steady effort, and natural persistence. From this point forward, your task is not to improve your thinking. That work has been completed for now. Your task is to live without interference. Interference appears as overthinking, overwatching, or over-questioning. When these impulses arise, allow them to pass. Passing weakens them. Proceeding strengthens habit. Proceeding now feels natural. This naturalness is the evidence that identity has been rebuilt. Identity is not something one announces. It is something life responds to. Life is already responding. You may find that patience now feels easier. Patience is not waiting. It is confidence in sequence. Sequence has been restored. Sequence removes panic. Panic belongs to disorder. Disorder has been removed. You may find that rest itself feels deeper. Deeper rest allows deeper adjustment. The subconscious continues its work most effectively when the body and mind are still. Stillness is not inactivity. It is preparation. Preparation has already been completed. Now comes expression. Expression does not require attention. It unfolds. You will not need to measure progress daily. Measurement invites impatience. Impatience weakens continuity. Allow progress to reveal itself through results. Results arrive when they are ready, not when they are demanded. Demand belongs to fear. Fear no longer governs. From this point forward, abundance will not need to be imagined. It will be encountered. Encounter requires readiness. Readiness has been secured. You may find that the future feels less heavy. This is not because responsibility has disappeared, but because your relationship to it has changed. Responsibility no longer threatens identity. It confirms it. Confirmation strengthens confidence. Confidence stabilizes conduct. Conduct shapes outcome. Outcome reinforces belief. Belief, once reinforced, no longer requires effort. This cycle now turns on its own. I have known men who searched for years for a sense of certainty, believing it would arrive with success. In truth, success arrived after certainty settled quietly within them. Certainty has settled here. It does not need defense. It does not need explanation. It simply remains. If at any time you feel tempted to return to old habits of doubt, do not resist them. Resistance gives attention. Instead, proceed with your day as though direction were settled, because it is. Action taken from this assumption strengthens it further. Strengthening no longer requires instruction. It requires life, live, act, rest, return. These are the movements of a mind in order. The work is finished for now, not because nothing more can be learned, but because nothing more is required at this stage. Growth will continue without effort. Abundance will express itself without demand. Results will arrive without announcement. This is the final condition of alignment. Allow yourself to rest in it. Allow silence to remain. Allow sleep to come. Allow waking to follow. In all states, the law continues its work, and it does so faithfully. Nothing has been left undone. Nothing has been missed. Nothing requires correction. The mind is settled. The direction is clear. The path unfolds. This is enough. Rest now. The work is complete. There is a stage beyond effort where the mind no longer seeks reassurance, explanation, or proof. At that stage, decision has passed so deeply into habit that it no longer presents itself as a thought. It presents itself as a condition. That condition has now been established. Men often believe that decision is an act performed once. In truth, decision becomes real only when it no longer needs to be remembered. When it has shaped habit so thoroughly that the mind proceeds without revisiting alternatives, decision has reached its final form. That final form now exists here. You are no longer standing before a doorway. You have crossed it. What lies behind you no longer calls with the same authority because familiarity has shifted. The mind does not return easily to what no longer feels like home. This is the mark of genuine change. Old limitations may still appear as thoughts, but they no longer feel personal. They resemble echoes rather than commands. Echoes fade when not answered. You will notice that you no longer argue with them. Argument keeps the past alive. Silence ends it. The silence now present is not emptiness. It is authority. Authority does not speak loudly. It does not defend itself. It simply governs. From this point forward, your inner life is no longer ruled by uncertainty. Uncertainty requires attention. Attention has been withdrawn. What remains is direction. Direction is not urgency. Direction is calm. Calm is the natural state of a mind that has ceased negotiating with itself. Negotiation consumes energy. Decision releases it. Energy released. strengthens persistence. Persistence sustains progress. Progress confirms direction. This circle now turns without effort. You may notice in the days ahead that you act with greater simplicity. Simplicity is not lack of depth, it is absence of inner conflict. When conflict dissolves, complexity disappears. Complexity belongs to doubt. Doubt no longer governs. What governs now is inner authority, the quiet sense that what you are doing belongs to you and proceeds naturally. Natural action does not seek approval. It does not seek comparison. It does not seek permission. It proceeds. This proceeding quality is what others recognize as confidence, though it feels to you like normalcy. When confidence feels normal, it no longer draws attention to itself. It simply works. I have observed that men who achieve enduring success often appear unremarkable at first glance. Their distinction lies not in display, but in consistency. Consistency is the outward sign of inner settlement. Settlement has taken place here. The mind no longer rehearses escape. Retreat has lost familiarity. When retreat no longer feels familiar, persistence becomes effortless. Effortlessness does not mean lack of work. It means absence of inner resistance. Resistance wastes more strength than labor ever could. That waste has ended. From this point forward, your relationship with time will change. Time will no longer feel like an adversary. It will feel like an ally. When the mind is settled, time cooperates. Cooperation does not announce itself. It reveals itself through improved timing, steadier progress, and fewer unnecessary delays. These changes are not dramatic. They are reliable. Reliability is the truest form of success. You may find that you no longer rush to fill silence with thought. Silence now feels comfortable. Comfort with silence indicates mastery of thought rather than domination by it. Thought now serves you. You no longer serve it. This reversal is subtle, yet it alters everything. Men who are ruled by thought react to circumstance. Men who direct thought respond to circumstance. Response implies choice. Choice implies authority. Authority has been restored. From this point forward, abundance is not something to imagine, attract, or pursue. It is something that unfolds as a consequence of who you are now prepared to be. Preparedness is not tension. Preparedness is ease. Ease allows clear judgment. Clear judgment guides action. Action taken from clarity multiplies result. Results arrive quietly when they are lawful. Law does not advertise. It operates. You will not need to measure progress constantly. Measurement invites impatience. Impatience weakens continuity. Continuity has been secured. Allow results to surprise you by their orderliness rather than their speed. Speed is not the measure of success. Stability is. Stability now governs. You may find that your tolerance for disorder diminishes. This is not rigidity. It is refinement. Refinement occurs when the mind no longer accepts what does not align with its direction. Direction filters experience. Filtering preserves strength. Strength conserved supports endurance. Endurance assures. Accumulation. Accumulation becomes abundance. This sequence is now active. Others may observe that you no longer speak as much about what you plan to do. Speech often substitutes for certainty when certainty is absent. When certainty is present, action replaces explanation. Explanation weakens resolve. Action strengthens it. Resolve no longer needs reinforcement. It has become habit. Habit is the final authority. I have long taught that habit is the most powerful force governing human behavior. Once habit aligns with purpose, success becomes a matter of time rather than struggle. Struggle has ended. Time now works with you. From this point forward, you may experience moments when you realize that you would not return to your former way of thinking even if circumstances tempted you. This realization marks the closing of the old chapter. The mind does not grieve what it has outgrown. It simply moves on. Movement now feels forward without effort. This forward motion is not hurried. It is inevitable. Inevitable does not mean passive. It means aligned. Alignment produces results regardless of mood. Mood fluctuates. Alignment remains. Remaining is the essence of persistence. Persistence has become natural. You may find that even rest feels purposeful now. Purpose does not disappear during rest. It operates quietly, arranging thought and restoring strength. Rest deepens integration. Integration strengthens identity. Identity governs destiny. Destiny is no longer something distant or abstract. It is unfolding daily through ordinary decisions made from an ordered mind. Ordinary decisions, when made consistently, produce extraordinary results over time. This is the secret most men overlook. They seek the extraordinary act. They miss the ordinary habit. You have secured the habit. From this point forward, allow life to respond to you. Do not rush ahead of it. Do not lag behind it. Move with it. Movement with life conserves energy. Energy conserved strengthens influence. Influence attracts opportunity. Opportunity met with readiness produces abundance. Abundance integrated becomes freedom. Freedom does not feel wild. It feels settled. Settlement is the final reward. You are settled now. Nothing further is required. Nothing needs correction. Nothing needs reinforcement. The law has been set in motion. The law does not forget. The law does not hesitate. The law proceeds. Allow yourself to rest fully in this understanding. Let thought grow still. Let effort dissolve. Let direction remain. Whether you sleep or wake, the work continues without you, and it does so faithfully. This is the final condition. Rest now. The mind is at peace. The path is clear. The future is arranged. The work is complete. Most nights, the mind drifts into sleep, still gripping the day, unfinished worries, quiet doubts, expectations shaped by past outcomes. What follows you into sleep follows you into tomorrow. Tonight offers a different path. As you listen, the mind is invited to rest, and in that rest, something deeper begins to realign. Abundance does not arrive through tension. It arrives when resistance fades. The subconscious is not persuaded by force, only by familiarity. These hours are designed for that purpose, to replace old signals with new ones, gently, repeatedly, until abundance feels natural rather than distant. You don't need to concentrate or believe harder. In fact, effort slows this process. The deeper mind responds when the surface mind grows quiet. As your breathing settles and attention softens, the door opens to a level of influence that daylight effort cannot reach. Notice how the body relaxes first. That is no accident. The body knows when it is safe to receive. In that safety, the subconscious listens closely, absorbing impressions that shape what you expect, what you notice, and how you respond when opportunity appears. Many people spend years chasing abundance without realizing they are rehearsing scarcity every night. The subconscious learns through repetition. What it hears most often becomes its truth. Tonight, repetition is working in your favor, quietly establishing a new inner standard. Abundance is not simply money. It is the expectation of sufficiency, flow, and expansion. When that expectation is absent, effort feels heavy. When it is present, action becomes lighter, clearer, and more persistent. These hours are cultivating that expectation at its source. You may feel a sense of calm curiosity rather than excitement. That is ideal. Deep change rarely feels dramatic. It feels familiar, as if something long overdue is finally settling into place beneath the noise of thought. As the sound continues, old urgency begins to dissolve. The need to force outcomes softens. In its place comes steadiness, a quiet confidence that progress does not require constant struggle. This steadiness is fertile ground where abundance takes root. For many, abundance has felt close but fragile, as if it could slip away at any moment. That fragility is not external. It is an inner signal of uncertainty. These hours are strengthening the inner signal of stability, teaching the mind that receiving is safe, The subconscious does not argue or analyze. It records patterns. Tone, rhythm, and repetition shape it more powerfully than logic ever could. What is impressed now will guide behavior later, without effort or conscious reminder. You are not being asked to visualize images or repeat phrases. Simply allow the sound to remain. Allow the ideas to pass through you. The deeper mind knows what to keep. It always has. As minutes pass, you may notice that thoughts slow, then drift. This is the threshold where lasting impressions are formed. In this state, new assumptions settle easily and stay longer, influencing choices you will make tomorrow and beyond. Abundance begins internally as permission. Permission to grow. Permission to receive. Permission to expect good without guilt. These permissions are being reinforced now, quietly replacing habits of restraint and self-doubt. Many people believe success requires constant pressure. Pressure exhausts. Alignment sustains. When inner alignment is restored, persistence no longer feels like effort. It feels like direction. This is the difference between pushing forward and being pulled forward. If you have ever wondered why motivation fades but old habits remain, this explains why. Habits live in the subconscious. Tonight, the habit of scarcity is being gently interrupted and replaced with a habit of expectation. You may drift in and out of awareness. Let that happen. The deeper mind remains alert even when you rest. It continues learning, adjusting, and storing patterns that will guide you when you wake. Over time, you may notice subtle changes. Decisions feel easier. Fear feels less persuasive. Opportunities seem clearer. These are not coincidences. They are the outward signs of an inward shift already underway. Abundance does not announce itself. It expresses itself through timing, confidence, and persistence. These qualities are formed internally, long before results appear. What is being shaped now will express itself later, naturally and consistently. Stay with the sound as long as you can. Duration strengthens impression. Each moment reinforces the idea that expansion is normal, that progress is expected, that life responds differently when inner resistance fades. This is not about becoming someone else. It is about removing the inner conflict that has been blocking what already belongs to you. When conflict dissolves, flow begins without effort. As sleep approaches, the conscious mind loosens its grip. This is the gateway. In this state, impressions bypass doubt and become instruction. What enters now becomes part of your inner framework. You may wake remembering little of what you heard, and that is perfectly fine. The subconscious remembers the feeling, the tone, the direction. It carries that memory forward into waking life. In the days ahead, abundance may show itself first as calm. Calm in decisions, calm in waiting, calm in persistence. From that calm, action becomes precise and opportunities reveal themselves. Let the night do its quiet work. You do not need to manage the process. Simply remain open. By morning, nothing may look different, but inside, the foundation will be stronger. And from that foundation, abundance begins to feel less like a pursuit and more like a natural extension of who you are becoming. The hours of night possess a curious power, for they loosen the grip of the conscious mind and permit the deeper faculties to rise without resistance. In such quiet moments, the seeds of abundance find soil more welcoming, no longer pressed beneath the weight of daytime doubts, but softened by rest and ready to receive new impressions. Abundance first seeks a mind that is willing, not one strained by effort or hardened by fear. A weary mind clings to familiar limitations, yet a rested mind accepts new truths as though they were long-awaited companions. When the spirit withdraws from the noise of the day, it discovers the very threshold through which increase may pass. Many individuals fail not for want of ambition, but because they retire each night rehearsing their scarcity. They whisper to themselves that progress is distant, and the subconscious, faithful to its duty, takes these whispers as commands, shaping days that resemble those before them. Tonight begins a different experiment, one in which the mind is guided gently away from burdens and introduced to sufficiency. This is not mere imagination, but the removal of inner resistance, allowing the mind to become a quiet chamber where new instructions settle without conflict. The subconscious behaves like a loyal attendant. It does not question, it fulfills. Yet it hears the spirit more than the tongue. It accepts tone more than logic, and expectation more than argument. Thus, abundance must be impressed with calm assurance rather than strain. Consider Andrew Carnegie, who often retired with a serene conviction that tomorrow would reveal improvement. He did not force this belief, he welcomed it. In that spirit of ease, ideas came that later shaped vast enterprises. His abundance began not with coin, but with an inner atmosphere of sufficiency. The mind, carried into sleep, becomes the architect of the coming day. Should one enter the night with thoughts of constriction, the subconscious constructs a field of scarcity. Yet should one enter with thoughts of sufficiency, however lightly held, the deeper mind begins its quiet labor to make such sufficiency familiar. Familiarity is the secret of all receiving. The subconscious does not weigh the merit of an idea. It counts its repetitions. Thus, these hours place repetition in your favor, teaching the inner self that abundance is not exception, but rightful climate. You need not force belief. Belief grows through familiarity. As words of increase repeat with steady tone, the deeper mind begins to regard them not as remote claims, but as rightful conditions. When the mind accepts abundance as rightful, it moves toward it without conflict. Rest now in the knowledge that you are not compelling a change, but permitting one. Force creates tension. Permission creates movement. As your breathing steadies, the inner self loosens its grip on narrow patterns and allows broader ones to enter. In this softened state, the mind becomes like a field after rainfall, open, receptive, unresisting. Impressions fall easily upon such soil, and if left undisturbed, they become the attitudes that quietly direct your conduct, your speech, and your subtle way of meeting opportunity. Many imagine abundance as something distant to be pursued, yet pursuit often signals separation. Abundance is first allowed inwardly before it displays itself outwardly. You are not chasing wealth, but aligning your inner world with the attitudes that call it forth. Your nights will do more of this labor than your days. Recall Thomas Edison, who frequently discovered his finest ideas in the borderland between wakefulness and sleep. In that twilight, his mind opened, and thoughts that eluded force came willingly. The fertile mind is never driven, it is invited. Tonight, abundance is being invited. In due time, others will detect a change in your bearing. They may not name it, but they will sense steadiness, a quiet confidence that does not shout. They will observe in you the composure of one who expects favorable outcomes not by accident, but by natural consequence. The subconscious is already listening. It hears rhythm, cadence, feeling. Your calm reception of these ideas shapes an inner climate. A relaxed mind produces clearer ideas than a troubled one, and clearer ideas guide you toward opportunity. There is no need to analyze. The deeper mind works best when the conscious mind is hushed. Simply allow these impressions to pass through you. The inner self will accept what advances your welfare and release what holds no value. As these impressions settle, old urgency fades. You no longer feel compelled to hurry or strain. A quiet expectancy forms within a signal to the subconscious that it must now arrange your thoughts, moods, and decisions to match what is expected. Repetition is your ally. Night after night, it strengthens these impressions until they become your inner standard. One cannot exceed one's standard, but one may raise the standard itself. These hours are performing that raising, one gentle impression at a time. Should your thoughts drift, let them. Drifting shows that the surface mind is loosening its grip. The deeper mind remains attentive, absorbing the tone of abundance. Even without conscious memory, the instruction endures and influences the actions you take upon waking. Now permit a simple affirmation to settle lightly. Increase belongs to me, for I do not resist it. Let it drift without force. The subconscious hears such statements clearly when they are carried on calm breath rather than urgency. As your breathing steadies, accept the feeling of sufficiency. Feel that there is enough, that you are enough, that life itself contains enough. This feeling becomes the foundation upon which opportunity rests. Sufficiency invites expansion. Deficiency closes the door. Soon your outward results will mirror this inward shift. Your decisions will feel clearer, your responses calmer, and the world will seem more accommodating. These are not accidents, but the natural consequence of inner preparation. Let the night continue its labor. The subconscious accepts whatever is repeated with steady feeling. Abundance is being written into your inner pattern even now, forming new responses that will express themselves long after you rise. As you grow accustomed to these impressions, your life will begin to expand quietly. The path becomes smoother, not because obstacles vanish, but because your way of meeting them changes. One who expects abundance steps with a different bearing than one who doubts it. Rest in the assurance that abundance is no longer distant. It is shaping itself within you. In the quiet of this night, you have prepared the inner soil in which prosperity grows. And as with all living things, the first signs of growth appear within long before they are seen without. Many individuals believe abundance is kept from them by forces outside themselves, yet the true barrier is commonly found in the unseen folds of the inner life. The mind, though eager for progress, often carries remnants of fear, habits of self-doubt, or shadows from past defeats. These become the silent impediments through which opportunity slips away unnoticed. The first task is not to gather more strength, but to loosen the bonds of inner contradiction. When these bonds dissolve, abundance enters with little resistance. There is within every person a quiet knot formed from the fears they have repeated to themselves. Some fear loss, others fear disappointment, and many fear the responsibility that accompanies greater opportunity. These unseen tensions become like narrow gates through which abundance struggles to pass. Yet the night provides a gentle means to unbind these knots, for in the stillness of rest, the mind no longer clings to its habitual defenses. What once felt rigid may soften under the touch of calm reflection. When one seeks abundance while harboring fear of expansion, the two forces oppose one another. Such opposition creates stagnation. The individual takes action by day, yet retreats in belief by night. A man cannot welcome increase while secretly expecting decline. The subconscious obeys expectation more faithfully than desire. Thus, we begin by shaping expectation, removing the suspicion that prosperity might prove harmful or fleeting. When the mind regards increase as natural and safe, it ceases to block the very thing it seeks. Fear of the future is among the greatest thieves of abundance. Many lie awake rehearsing their misfortunes before they occur, thus instructing the subconscious to prepare for the very outcomes they dread. It is not fate that carries out these rehearsals, but the obedient nature of the deeper mind. You may release such rehearsals tonight, not by contesting them, but by offering gentler impressions. The subconscious responds more swiftly to calm assurance than to argument. Thomas Edison understood the necessity of releasing inner conflict before pursuing a new idea. When a challenge weighed heavily upon him, he did not push harder. Instead, he would rest, sometimes dozing in his chair with a metal ball in his hand. In that drifting state, the mind released its grip on the problem, and ideas emerged like birds freed from a cage. The lesson is timeless. Inner ease clears the path for inspiration, while inner tension obstructs it. Abundance is not attained by battling thoughts of lack, but by weakening their authority. When the conscious mind grows weary of struggle, the deeper mind becomes more willing to adopt a new direction. These hours are meant for such quiet redirection. As the sound continues, your mind learns a new rhythm, one that favors sufficiency over strain. You do not need to restrain old fears. You need only introduce new impressions that render the old ones irrelevant. The subconscious mind responds to tone, and tone is shaped by feeling. A single quiet statement spoken with calm conviction outweighs 1,000 anxious affirmations. This is why the night is ideal for planting seeds of increase. When the surface mind grows still, the deeper mind listens without interruption. You need only rest in these impressions. The subconscious will absorb them as naturally as the earth drinks rain. Many individuals become discouraged because they expect change to feel dramatic. Yet deep change is often subtle. It begins as a softening of tension, a lifting of heaviness, a quiet readiness. Such changes are neither loud nor forceful. They resemble the gradual shifting of seasons. Tonight you permit this shift to occur in its rightful manner, without pressure, without haste. Abundance grows best in minds where resistance has quietly dissolved. Allow now the thought that receiving is safe. For many, this single thought requires relearning. They have been taught, in ways spoken and unspoken, that wanting more is improper or that increase will bring burden. These ideas took root when the mind was impressionable, often in childhood, and have remained unchallenged. But tonight, a new impression forms. It is safe for my life to expand. Repeat it inwardly if you wish. Even the faintest repetition leaves its trace. Others will notice a change in you long before you speak of it. They will see the lifting of old strains. They will observe that setbacks trouble you less, that your responses carry greater steadiness. They may not attribute these changes to inner transformation, yet they will feel it in your presence. People sense the difference between a mind conflicted and a mind aligned. You are becoming aligned. Consider a simple truth. Abundance requires space, not physical space, but mental space. A cluttered mind, filled with suspicions and old grievances, provides little room for new ideas. But a mind that releases these burdens becomes like a wide plain across which opportunity may travel freely. Tonight's work clears that plain. As unwanted thoughts drift away, what remains is a fertile mental field ready for cultivation. The subconscious cannot hold two opposing instructions. If you tell it that you seek prosperity but feel fear at the thought of change, it will follow the feeling, not the words. Words alone seldom impress the deeper mind unless supported by feeling. Thus, these hours are devoted to shaping the feeling of abundance, for once the emotion is established, the words gain tremendous power. The body often knows the truth before the intellect admits it. When the body relaxes at the thought of increase, it is a sign that the deeper mind is accepting the idea. No amount of reasoning can replace such acceptance. This is why rest is essential. Abundance does not flourish in minds burdened by strain. It flourishes where there is ease, readiness, and inner welcome. Release now the belief that growth must be earned through suffering. Growth often appears in proportion to inner clarity, not hardship. Those who succeed most consistently do so not because they endure more pain, but because they remove inner obstacles that once clouded their judgment. When the mind is clear, decisions become simple, and opportunities that once passed unnoticed shine with unmistakable light. Many imagine that their failures have scarred their chances of prosperity. Yet failure is but an earlier chapter, not a verdict. The subconscious does not cling to the outcome of failure. It clings to the feeling you associate with it. If you treat failure as a teacher rather than an enemy, the feeling changes, and with it, the deeper mind adopts an entirely different understanding of your potential. Let an affirmation settle within you now, spoken not loudly, but as a soft truth. I release all fear surrounding my advancement. You do not need to force this belief. Even if accepted lightly, it will begin its work. The subconscious treasures every impression that carries calm assurance. It measures not your certainty, but your willingness to receive. Notice how your breathing has grown steadier. The body mirrors the mind's readiness. As the breath smooths, inner resistance weakens. This is the moment in which new instruction enters with ease. You need only remain open. The deeper mind, always alert, gathers these impressions like a diligent gardener planting seeds in freshly prepared soil. Many have lived so long with inner turmoil that peace feels unfamiliar. Yet peace is the natural state of the mind when not pressed by fear. Tonight, you reacquaint yourself with this state. Peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It is the foundation upon which abundance rests. Without peace, Even the greatest opportunities feel overwhelming. With peace, opportunities feel rightful. In days to come, you may notice that decisions once clouded by hesitation now feel clearer. When fear loosens its grip, judgment improves. You begin to sense which paths hold promise and which lead to waste. This clarity is evidence that inner interference has weakened. The subconscious is preparing the way for expanded action. Know this: abundance is not withheld from you. It has simply awaited the clearing of inner obstacles. Tonight marks the beginning of that clearing. With each gentle impression, the subconscious rearranges its patterns, releasing the old and welcoming the new. In this manner, abundance becomes not a distant hope, but a natural unfolding. As the night deepens, allow these impressions to settle without resistance. You need not guide them. Trust that the deeper mind understands its task. It has served you faithfully through every season. Now it serves you in attracting increase. In silence and stillness, it completes the work you began by choosing to listen. Your part is simple: rest, breathe, and permit. The larger part is performed by the subconscious, which continues its labor even when you drift into sleep. It listens now, storing each impression of sufficiency, each suggestion of ease, each hint of readiness. From these impressions, it forms a new inner pattern, one fit for abundance. When you wake, the change may feel subtle: a lighter step, a clearer thought, a sense of possibility not present before. These signs are the beginning. As you continue this practice, the signs will grow. And as the signs grow, so will your outer life expand to match the inner pattern now taking form. Expectation is the silent architect behind every result. Long before abundance shows itself outwardly, it is formed inwardly as a quiet assumption of what life intends to bring. Many individuals hope for better things, yet hope without expectation is like a seed cast upon barren ground. It bears no fruit, for the soil has not been warmed by belief. Tonight, your inner soil grows warm. You are learning the difference between wishing and expecting, a difference subtle but decisive in shaping destiny. The subconscious follows the prevailing trend of your thought, not isolated flashes of desire. If a man wishes for prosperity once but rehearses uncertainty 100 times, the subconscious will follow the 100 and dismiss the one. It recognizes direction, not intensity. Thus, your nights hold great power, for they allow you to reverse the direction of your inner trend. As you fall asleep, impressions of abundance align your expectation with increase rather than decline. Many individuals allow their past to dictate their expectation of the future. They assume tomorrow must resemble yesterday simply because yesterday held struggle. Yet the past cannot bind the subconscious unless you continue rehearsing it. The deeper mind forms expectation from what you dwell upon now, not what transpired before. By offering it new impressions, you release yourself from the tyranny of old patterns. Consider Henry Ford, who once declared that he could bring forth an engine his engineers insisted was impossible. He did not rely upon hope alone. He expected the solution, and his expectation shaped the attitudes of everyone around him. Months passed, yet he did not waver. His steady inner conviction created a climate in which the impossible gradually became inevitable. The expectation came first, the achievement followed. Expectation is a form of inner permission. When you expect abundance, you grant yourself access to the ideas, decisions, and opportunities that lead to it. When you expect difficulty, you unconsciously limit your vision and shrink from the very paths that could advance you. Expectation directs attention, and attention directs action. A man seldom rises above the level of what he expects for himself. This night begins the strengthening of your expectation. You need not strain to believe anything said here. Let the impressions drift into the deeper mind like a gentle tide washing upon the shore. In time, even the faintest impressions create new inner contours. As these contours deepen, expectation forms naturally, without effort or argument. Notice how the mind softens when no demand is placed upon it. In this softened state, expectation becomes easier to shape. You are free of the defenses that once guarded your limitations. The subconscious, free from the noise of day, listens with fresh attention. It begins to accept the notion that increase is not foreign, not improbable, but familiar and rightful. A simple affirmation may settle here. The increase I seek is already moving toward me. Speak it within without force. The subconscious hears not the volume of a statement, but its sincerity. Even a quiet inward assurance carries greater power than the loudest outward declaration. As this assurance repeats across nights, the deeper mind begins arranging your inner world to match it. Others will observe the rise of a quiet confidence within you. They may remark that you seem less troubled, more certain, more at ease with the unfolding of events. This is the outward expression of expectation. A man who expects abundance does not grasp at opportunity anxiously. He meets it as though it were the most natural of happenings. Expectation changes posture. It straightens the spirit as surely as a rod strengthens the spine. When you expect good fortune, your decisions bear greater strength. When you expect increase, your judgments become clearer. When you expect advancement, you carry yourself as one prepared for advancement. Such bearing is felt by others long before they learn its cause. Observe now that expectation is not born from imagination alone. It is born from repetition. The subconscious accepts as truth whatever it encounters most frequently. This is why your nightly impressions hold such sway. They bypass the doubts of the day and establish a new pattern in the quiet hours when the deeper mind is most receptive. During these hours, your inner climate begins to shift. Thoughts that once circled around fear gradually lose their authority. Thoughts that speak of sufficiency gain strength. The subconscious gathers these impressions and builds from them a new assumption, one in which abundance is expected, not doubted. Expectation shapes reality by first shaping the mind that perceives reality. There is a difference between the man who hopes for rain and the man who prepares his field. The latter expects rain, and his actions reflect it. In the same manner, when you expect abundance, you begin preparing inwardly and outwardly for its arrival. You walk through life with a sense of readiness, and readiness is the magnet of opportunity. Think now of the men who rose from humble beginnings to great fortune. They did not possess extraordinary luck. They possessed extraordinary expectation. They believed that life could improve, and that their own efforts were worthy of great reward. This expectation guided them through setbacks, turning discouragement into renewed determination. Without expectation, desire would have wilted beneath hardship. As your expectation strengthens, hesitation loses its influence. A man uncertain of tomorrow hesitates today. A man who expects increase steps forward with assurance. Assurance does not guarantee immediate success, but it ensures persistence, and persistence is the master key to achievement. Expectation feeds persistence the way sunlight nourishes growth. Let an inward whisper settle now, "It is proper for me to advance." Such a statement dissolves the false belief that progress is reserved for the few. The subconscious, hearing this truth repeated night after night, begins to accept your advancement as rightful. Once it accepts this, it guides you toward the decisions that support it. Expectation alters what you notice. When you expect opportunity, subtle chances stand out clearly. When you expect rejection, even favorable signals appear uncertain. In this way, expectation becomes the lens through which you perceive your world. Tonight, that lens is being polished. Its clarity will shape your days to come. A curious thing occurs when expectation begins to rise. People around you respond differently. They feel drawn to your steadiness. They sense that you are an individual upon whom fortune rests. They become more willing to support your ideas, trust your judgment, and invite you into larger roles. This is not coincidence. It is the influence of your inner climate upon the minds of others. Expectation transforms one's bearing from anxious striving into quiet readiness. It removes the frantic need to prove oneself and replaces it with a calm belief that increase is already underway. In this manner, expectation conserves energy. A mind at peace with tomorrow wastes no strength worrying over it. Such a mind channels its energy into meaningful action. Allow another statement to settle. My life is inclined toward abundance. Speak it softly within. These statements, delivered without strain, seep into the deeper mind and gradually reshape your assumption of what is possible. As these impressions repeat, they become the silent rules by which your subconscious organizes your conduct. With expectation strengthened, doubt no longer commands the same voice within. Doubt may still whisper, but its whisper carries little authority. Instead, the deeper mind listens to the tone of your new impressions. A man dominated by doubt moves hesitantly, but a man guided by expectation steps with purpose. Even sleep becomes an ally in shaping expectation. As you drift deeper, the impressions you have accepted continue their work. They settle into the subconscious and form the foundation upon which new habits, decisions, and perceptions are built. You need not remember these impressions. The deeper mind remembers for you. As this inner work continues, you will find that your days unfold with greater ease. Choices appear clearer. Obstacles feel less threatening. A sense of quiet guidance begins to direct your steps. This is not mystical. It is the natural effect of expectation shaping perception and perception shaping action. Know this: expectation is not a dream. It is a principle as certain as the turning of seasons. Whatever the mind expects with consistency, the subconscious endeavors to bring forth. By offering it impressions of abundance, you align yourself with the very forces that build prosperity in the lives of men. Rest now in the assurance that expectation is forming within you. Each impression deepens the channel through which abundance flows. In nights to come, these impressions will strengthen, and as they strengthen, you will begin to meet life with the quiet confidence of one who knows increase is near. You are shaping the atmosphere in which abundance thrives. There comes a moment in every great pursuit when effort ceases to yield progress, not because the goal is unworthy, but because strain has replaced clarity. Many men fail because they imagine that success demands constant pressure, yet pressure clouds the mind, while clarity reveals the next step. The mind that strains is like a clenched fist, unable to receive. The mind that rests in assurance opens wide to opportunity. Effort has its place, but strain is its counterfeit. Effort guided by purpose moves in straight lines. Strain, born of fear, scatters itself in every direction. A man under strain works hard yet accomplishes little, for his energy fights itself. But a man whose mind is calm directs his force precisely. He accomplishes more in a single hour of aligned action than others in days of anxious labor. Abundance responds not to tension but to readiness. Just as the soil receives the seed best when loosened, so the subconscious receives instruction best when the mind is at ease. When you listen in this restful state, you remove the inner opposition that once weakened your progress. Now each impression settles cleanly. You are learning the power of ease, not as idleness, but as a principle of efficiency. Napoleon Hill, meaning myself, spent many years observing the great captains of industry. I found a common truth among them. They did not hurry. They moved with purpose, but without agitation. Andrew Carnegie often remarked that a man's true power comes from the calm conviction that his aim is already being realized. This conviction allowed him to conserve energy for decisions that mattered. When strain governs the mind, even small tasks appear burdensome. When calm governs the mind, even large endeavors feel manageable. The difference lies not in the task, but in the inner state. Tonight you cultivate this inner state, for abundance grows most readily in soil untroubled by fear. Fear breaks the rhythm of progress. Calm restores it. There is a law in human achievement seldom recognized, the law of least resistance within the self. When one ceases fighting one's own doubts, actions gain a natural flow. It is not weakness to release tension, it is wisdom. For tension bends a man inward, closing him from inspiration, while calm opens him outward, attuning him to ideas he once overlooked. Let a quiet truth settle within you. It is not necessary to force results. Results follow the man whose inner world is arranged for receiving. Force signals doubt. Ease signals confidence. When the deeper mind detects confidence, it directs your energy with precision. It urges you toward the right conversation, the right decision, the right timing. Consider the example of an inventor at work. When he reaches the limits of his conscious will, he steps back, he rests, and in rest the idea comes, as if carried on a quiet stream. Such was the method of Edison. He did not win by battle, but by alignment. He trusted the deeper forces of his mind to complete what conscious effort could not. Others will begin noticing in you a change that may surprise them. They will observe that you move with greater certainty and speak with greater clarity. They will feel a steadiness in your presence that was not there before. This is the mark of a man no longer ruled by strain. Such a man becomes magnetic, for others trust one who does not wrestle with himself. Strain once made you believe progress required struggle at every turn. Yet look closely at the lives of those who have achieved greatly. Their greatest breakthroughs came not from frantic action, but from moments of composure in which clarity broke through. The world rewards the man whose mind is untroubled, for he sees with greater accuracy and acts with greater power. Ease does not remove responsibility, it refines it. When the mind no longer wastes strength on inner conflict, all of its force becomes available for creation. This is why the night is of such value. It restores the harmony that produces efficient action. In this restored state, every step you take is multiplied in effectiveness. Let an affirmation form softly within you now. Ease strengthens my progress. Such words may seem simple, yet spoken with calm sincerity, they direct the subconscious toward a new pattern of operation. The deeper mind, hearing this tone, begins reorganizing your inner habits so that your actions arise from confidence rather than strain. Imagine a river forced through a narrow channel. Its flow is broken, uneven, turbulent. Now picture the same river given room. Its movement becomes smooth and powerful. The mind under strain is the narrow channel. The mind at ease is the open riverbed. Tonight you widen that channel. You make space for abundance to move toward you without obstruction. In days ahead, you will find that the tasks which once drained you no longer feel so heavy. You will experience a sense of natural momentum, as if life itself had begun to carry you. This is not fantasy. It is the outer expression of an inner alignment that has been forming in these quiet hours. When the mind ceases resisting itself, progress accelerates. Many imagine that success is won through constant exertion. Yet the greatest men often rested at the height of their efforts. Rest sharpened their decisions. Rest allowed their subconscious to assemble solutions. Rest revealed the next direction. It is not laziness to rest. It is strategy. And tonight you are learning to rest with purpose. Reflect on this. A man who strains rarely trusts. A man who trusts rarely strains. Trust is not blind hope. Trust is the knowledge that your inner and outer worlds are aligning. This knowledge frees you from the frantic pursuit of results. It allows you to move with steadiness, to perceive with clarity, and to act with confidence. Let another soft truth settle. You are not losing time by releasing tension, you are reclaiming it. Time used in strain is often wasted, for decisions born from fear require correction. But decisions born from calm conviction rarely require revision. They carry the weight of inner alignment and the power of clear intention. As your breathing steadies, your deeper mind becomes more receptive. It listens now not only to the words, but to the tone in which you receive them. A mind that listens in ease learns quickly. These impressions, repeated across nights, will shape your conduct far more effectively than any hurried effort. In a short while, you may feel your thoughts becoming softer, less reactive. This is the first step toward the natural flow of abundance. For abundance does not cling to the man who is tense. It gravitates toward the man whose inner world is orderly and unhurried. Such a man becomes a natural conduit for increase. Let a final impression settle before sleep draws near. My actions are guided by calm assurance. With this impression, you release the belief that progress requires struggle. You accept the deeper truth that abundance arrives more readily when you cease obstructing its path. The night will do its work. Your task is simply to permit the change. In the days and weeks ahead, your life will begin to reflect this new pattern. You will find yourself acting with greater precision, noticing opportunities sooner, and feeling less troubled by uncertainty. This is the harvest of ease. The man who works in harmony with his subconscious achieves more with less effort. He moves as though carried by unseen currents. Rest now in the assurance that you have begun to release the strain that once hindered your progress. What follows will be shaped not by force but by alignment. And alignment, once formed, becomes the quiet engine of abundance. There is a quiet authority that arises within a man when his inner world is no longer governed by confusion. This authority is not loud, nor is it boastful. It is the calm certainty of one who has arranged his thoughts as a conductor arranges his orchestra, each instrument harmonizing with the next. When the mind reaches such order, abundance responds as naturally as sound follows vibration. Every individual carries within himself a secret center of direction. This center determines whether his thoughts wander aimlessly or move with unified purpose. When this inner center is weak, his efforts scatter. But when it grows firm, his actions acquire force. The subconscious, recognizing order, begins to align circumstances with the pattern set within. Thus he becomes a conductor of increase, summoning results through inner arrangement rather than outward struggle. Abundance prefers order. It gravitates toward minds that are composed, steady, and deliberate. A man whose thoughts contradict one another cannot maintain such composure. But a man who guides his thoughts with gentle authority soon discovers that life mirrors his internal discipline. His decisions become more certain. His words bear greater influence. His presence calms the doubts of others. Consider Charles Schwab, whose remarkable leadership at an early age puzzled many. He possessed neither the age nor the outward force one would expect of a man directing thousands. His power did not arise from bold speech, but from inner order. Those around him felt that he knew his course. They trusted him because he trusted himself. His calm tone created unity among men and opportunity among conditions. This same inner unity begins with the impressions you allow into your mind during rest. Each impression tonight contributes to the construction of a stable inner foundation. As the deeper mind absorbs these patterns, it removes the contradictions that once divided your belief. In place of conflict, it builds coherence. From coherence grows power. Notice the feeling of steadiness forming within you. It may begin as a simple easing of tension, but this easing is the first sign of inner order. The subconscious cannot create increase in the midst of turmoil, but it works swiftly when the emotional atmosphere is calm. Just as a composer hears music before writing the notes, the subconscious senses direction before producing results. Let an inward statement settle. Increase follows the order I establish within. Speak it softly to yourself. The subconscious responds willingly to suggestions that promise harmony. It delights in instruction that carries no trace of force. And as this idea repeats across nights, the mind becomes trained to regard order as the natural condition of prosperity. When a man becomes orderly in thought, others sense it. They instinctively trust him. They look to him for guidance, even when they cannot explain why. They perceive a firmness in his manner, a clarity in his gaze, a precision in his speech. This is the influence of inner order expressing itself outwardly. Such influence is often mistaken for charisma, but it is simply the reflection of mental alignment. Order enhances perception. When the mind is not scattered, it sees more sharply. It discerns subtle opportunities, notices patterns overlooked by others, and identifies errors before they grow costly. Abundance responds swiftly to such perception. Opportunities that once passed unnoticed now reveal themselves with ease, as though drawn toward the man whose mind is prepared to receive them. Think of the mind as a room. If the room is cluttered with doubt, fear, and unexamined beliefs, the sunlight of opportunity cannot enter freely. But when the room is cleared, swept, and arranged with intention, The light pours in. Tonight you clear this room. Each impression of calm, each thought of sufficiency, each acceptance of order removes another piece of clutter. You may feel the beginnings of a quiet confidence forming within, the kind that does not depend upon outward validation. This confidence is not a sudden burst of emotion, but a steady flame that burns without flicker. It is the flame of inner authority. When this flame is present, you no longer seek assurance from others. You become the source of assurance. Let another truth settle within. A man who commands his thoughts commands his conditions. This does not mean he controls the world around him, but that he controls the manner in which he meets it. And the manner in which he meets it determines the outcomes he attracts. Order within becomes opportunity without. There is a rhythm to abundance, much like the rhythm of breath. When your thoughts move in harmony, this rhythm becomes easy to feel. You begin to sense when to act and when to wait. You begin to recognize when a path is opening and when it is closing. Such sensitivity is not mystical. It is the natural ability of a mind free from inner noise. Observe how the sound accompanying this night contributes to your order. Its steady tone guides your thoughts away from tangled paths and toward calm focus. Without effort, your mind follows its rhythm. The subconscious listens, absorbing not only the ideas but the steadiness behind them. It begins to design your inner world accordingly. In days to come, others will remark upon your clarity. They will notice your certainty, your increasing calm, your improved judgment. They may not know the cause, yet they will sense that something within you has strengthened. Inner order becomes visible through outer composure. A man may say nothing of his transformation, yet all around him feel it. Order within creates room for sound decision. When a man is no longer torn between opposing beliefs, his decisions arise naturally. He does not hesitate. He does not second guess. He acts with calm force. Such force is not violent. It is directed. It carries weight. Men who possess this quality seldom need to persuade others, feel the strength behind their choices. The subconscious thrives on instruction delivered in steady rhythm. It interprets such rhythm as certainty. Certainty shapes identity, and identity shapes destiny. As you continue receiving these impressions, you are becoming a man whose very manner communicates expectation of increase. Opportunity aligns with such men because they carry the atmosphere of advancement. Let a soft statement form. I move through life as one prepared for abundance. Feel no need to measure your belief in it. The deeper mind accepts willingness even more readily than conviction. As willingness grows, conviction follows naturally. Over nights and weeks, such statements become self-evident truths. Imagine now that your thoughts fall into place as neatly as stones in a well-built wall. Each thought supports the next. None contradicts another. This is the architecture of inner order. Once this wall is built, the winds of circumstance cannot shake it. You become steady in the face of uncertainty, composed in the face of challenge, consistent in purpose. Abundance is drawn to stability. Much as water seeks the lowest ground, increase seeks the mind, capable of holding it without fear. The man who is easily shaken cannot sustain abundance, but the man who is steady invites it. Your steadiness is forming, quietly, impression by impression. Even as sleep approaches, the deeper mind continues arranging itself. It collects these ideas, examines their feeling, measures their tone, and organizes them into new standards of thought. What once seemed unlikely begins to feel natural. What once felt distant begins to feel near. This is the work of inner order reshaping expectation. In tomorrow's actions, you may notice greater composure. You may find that tasks once frustrating now proceed smoothly. You may feel untroubled by interruptions that formerly disturbed you. These signs are not accidental. They are proofs that your inner world is aligning itself with abundance. Know this: the man whose mind is ordered becomes a living signal of prosperity. His presence communicates direction. His decisions communicate strength. His calm communicates preparation. He becomes not merely a receiver of opportunity, but a conductor of increase, organizing the unseen forces of his mind to produce visible results. Rest now in the assurance that order is forming within you. Each repetition deepens your alignment. The subconscious, faithful and tireless, continues the work long after your waking thoughts have grown silent. And as this order strengthens, abundance follows naturally, for it always moves toward the mind prepared to hold it. There is a truth seldom spoken aloud, yet it governs every man's destiny. One cannot consistently rise above the image he holds of himself. A man may receive opportunity, but if his self-image remains small, he will shrink from the very doors that open before him. His deeper mind will whisper that such doors were meant for others, not for him. Thus, abundance begins with the enlargement of one's inner portrait. This enlargement is not vanity, it is alignment. You are not seeking to become someone else, but to remove the false boundary that once confined your perception of your own worth. Through the quiet impressions of night, you are allowing a broader image to take shape, one that reflects your true capacity rather than your former doubts. The subconscious accepts this image not through force, but through repeated recognition. When a man permits a higher image of himself to form, all his habits begin to adjust accordingly. His posture changes, his tone deepens, his decisions strengthen. Others sense that he carries himself differently, though they may not know why. They feel in him the presence of a man who recognizes his own potential. Such recognition radiates silently but powerfully. Many individuals cling to the smaller versions of themselves because they fear the unknown. They fear disappointment. They fear judgment. Yet the greater fear should be the fear of remaining less than one is capable of becoming. Remaining small does not protect a man. It diminishes him. Tonight you release the belief that rising is dangerous. You accept the truth that rising is natural. A simple inward phrase may be welcome now. It is safe for me to rise. Speak it softly, without insistence. The subconscious responds quickly to statements that offer safety, for its purpose is to guard your well-being. When it hears that rising is safe, it ceases resisting increase. It begins preparing your thoughts and behavior for advancement that once troubled you. Consider the countless individuals I encountered in my research who did not begin to succeed until they adopted a new conception of themselves. Their circumstances had not changed, but their inner vision had. A man cannot become rich in the outer world while believing himself poor in the inner one. His self-image limits the scope of his ambition, which in turn limits the actions he dares to take. Your image of yourself began forming long before you had the power to shape it consciously. It was shaped by early influences, by comments spoken casually, by circumstances you could not control. Yet now, in these quiet hours, you take up the right of authorship. You begin crafting the image that aligns with your true potential, not the one imposed upon you by chance. The subconscious holds fast to whatever image is repeated most often. This is why imagination combined with nightly suggestion becomes a potent force. You are not painting a fantasy. You are offering your deeper mind a more accurate portrait of who you are capable of becoming. In time, you begin to behave in accordance with this portrait. Action follows identity as surely as shadow follows substance. A remarkable change takes place when a man expands his self-image. His capacity for persistence increases. Challenges that once defeated him now appear manageable, for he no longer sees himself as a small figure standing before a large problem. Instead, he sees himself as a growing figure capable of meeting any challenge through perseverance and clarity. Others will notice this change before you fully do. They will sense a greater steadiness in you, a quiet confidence not present before. They will respond with respect, for men naturally respect those who respect themselves. This respect becomes an unseen support in your advancement, for people are inclined to assist individuals who appear destined for greater things. As your image rises, the opportunities suited to your new stature begin presenting themselves. These opportunities were always near, but your former identity blinded you to them. A man who believes himself unworthy overlooks chances that could advance him. A man who recognizes his worth sees openings everywhere. Opportunity expands according to the eye that perceives it. Let another thought settle softly. I am becoming the man my potential has always awaited. This idea allows the subconscious to harmonize your actions with your emerging identity. You need not force change. Simply permit the deeper mind to adopt a broader view. Once it does, your conduct will naturally rise to meet that view. Your behavior will begin revealing the transformation. You will speak with clearer purpose. You will hesitate less. You will offer your ideas with greater steadiness. And when setbacks arise, you will meet them not with despair, but with renewed determination. This is the evidence of an expanded self-image at work. The man who believes himself capable cannot be kept small for long. Think of a great tree. Before it grew tall, its roots first expanded beneath the earth. Likewise, before your outer life expands, your inner roots must deepen. These roots are the ideas you accept about yourself. A shallow root demands a shallow life. A deep root sustains a great one. Tonight, you strengthen these roots. You prepare for the height that follows. The subconscious has no limit except the limit you impose upon it. When you instruct it that you are equal to great responsibility, it strengthens your courage. When you tell it you are fit for abundance, it sharpens your perception. When you affirm that rising is safe, it dissolves the fears that once held you motionless. In this way, identity becomes destiny. Let another inward affirmation take form. I expand quietly, naturally, without resistance. This idea lifts the heaviness that once accompanied your attempts at growth. Growth is not a burden, but a natural upward motion of the spirit. When the subconscious accepts this truth, progress becomes smoother, steadier, and far more certain. You may begin to feel a subtle shift within, as though a larger version of yourself is stepping forward. This larger self has always existed, waiting for permission to direct your life. It brings with it clearer decisions, firmer purpose, and broader vision. These qualities do not appear all at once. They unfold gradually, as any great structure is built. In the days ahead, you may notice that tasks which once overwhelmed you now feel approachable. You may find that your goals no longer intimidate, but inspire you. You may discover that your voice carries greater conviction. These changes are the natural outgrowth of a self-image that has outgrown its former limits. A man who respects his own potential begins expecting more from life, and life, sensing this expectation, begins offering him more. This is not mere chance. It is the resonance between inner belief and outer opportunity. When belief rises, opportunity answers, for the two are joined by unseen yet irrevocable law. Consider how a craftsman shapes wood. He begins with the inner vision of what the final piece shall become. Without such vision, the wood remains unformed. Likewise, your mind is shaping you according to the vision you allow it to hold. Permit it to hold a greater one, and your life will gradually adopt the form of that vision. Let another idea settle. I carry myself as one destined for abundance. This is not arrogance. It is alignment with the truth that your potential is greater than your past. When the subconscious hears this idea repeatedly, it begins to guide your movements, your tone, your posture, and your judgments to match it. As your self-image strengthens, indecision weakens. A man uncertain of himself becomes uncertain of every choice. But a man certain of his own worth finds clarity with greater ease. He trusts his mind, his direction, and the quiet guidance of his deeper faculties. Such trust becomes the foundation upon which abundance rests. Allow the night to refine this new image. The subconscious works with remarkable speed when the conscious mind is quiet. It arranges impressions, strengthens useful ideas, and dissolves those that no longer serve your advancement. Your task is simply to welcome the impressions that speak of growth. In time, you will rise from your rest with a new bearing. It may not be dramatic, but it will be noticeable. You will stand a little straighter. You will speak a little clearer. You will feel a stronger sense of belonging in the life you seek to create. These subtle signs reveal that the deeper mind now recognizes you as capable of abundance. The man who expands inwardly cannot remain small outwardly. His actions will rise to match his identity. His opportunities will widen, his circle of influence will grow, and as others observe his transformation, they will respond with confidence in him, opening doors that once remained closed. Rest now in the assurance that this inner enlargement is underway. The subconscious, diligent and tireless, continues shaping the image that will direct your future. You are becoming the individual your potential always intended. And abundance, seeing this new image, begins its approach. Habits rule the destiny of every man, though few recognize the quiet force with which they operate. A habit is merely a repeated impression that has taken root in the subconscious and now directs action without effort. Most individuals allow circumstances to form their habits, yet the man who seeks abundance must learn to form his habits with intention. Tonight you begin shaping habits that support increase rather than diminish it. Every action you take springs from an inner pattern. When the pattern is small, actions are small. When the pattern is enlarged, actions expand to match. This is why the impressions you accept at night hold such power. They sink beneath awareness and begin shaping the very patterns from which your daily conduct arises. What you repeat becomes familiar, and what becomes familiar becomes habitual. A man seldom realizes how many habits he performs without thinking. He hesitates automatically because he has practiced hesitation. He doubts automatically because he has practiced doubt. He prepares for disappointment because he has rehearsed that emotion more than hope. These habits are not moral failings. They are simply the results of repeated impressions. And what was repeated can be replaced. When abundance becomes the idea most often impressed upon the deeper mind, it too becomes habitual. You begin meeting life not with suspicion but with readiness. You expect openings. You expect improvement. You expect progress. And because the subconscious accepts expectation as instruction, it guides your conduct toward the very circumstances that fulfill that expectation. Let a quiet phrase settle within you. Every night strengthens my habits of increase. This phrase speaks directly to the deeper mind, assuring it that these impressions are to become automatic patterns. The subconscious delights in routine. Once it understands that increase is to be repeated, it begins weaving the idea into your daily manner of thought, decision, and action. Consider the life of Andrew Carnegie once more. Before he commanded vast enterprises, he cultivated habits of generosity, gratitude, and calm. These habits prepared him to receive responsibility. They were not formed in moments of urgency, but through small, repeated acts. He allowed himself to become the kind of man who could hold abundance without fear. In the same way, you are training yourself to receive more by becoming more. Your habits will not change through force. They will change through repetition delivered without strain. Each night you give the subconscious another stroke of instruction, another drop of impression, another reminder of the identity you are forming. Over time, these drops fill the inner reservoir until the old habits wither from neglect and the new ones flourish from care. There is a common belief that habits require extraordinary willpower to establish. Yet willpower is a poor tool for deep change. Willpower operates in the conscious mind, and the conscious mind grows weary. But repetition delivered in a calm state operates in the subconscious, and the subconscious never tires. It receives and remembers. It adopts and repeats. It becomes the silent engine of your future actions. Imagine your mind as a great workshop where unseen craftsmen labor. Each impression you offer becomes a tool placed in their hands. If you offer impressions of fear, they fashion small plans. If you offer impressions of growth, they build larger designs. Tonight, you hand them the tools of abundance. They accept these tools gladly, for they are built to follow your instruction. In days to come, you may find yourself acting with surprising precision. You may feel compelled to complete tasks that once you avoided. You may find persistence rising within you even when obstacles appear. These shifts are signs that the subconscious has begun to shape new habits. You are becoming internally disciplined, not through force, but through alignment. Observe how tasks that once required effort now seem easier. This is not because the tasks have changed, but because the habits supporting them have grown stronger. A man spends far less energy maintaining momentum than he does initiating it. Once abundance becomes habitual, your efforts compound rather than scatter. Others will notice your consistency. They may observe that you follow through more readily, speak more decisively, or demonstrate greater reliability. Such changes are the outward expressions of inward habits. People trust those who are steady. They respect those who are consistent. And trust and respect are often the gateways to opportunity. Let another inner truth settle. What I repeat becomes who I am. This truth is the essence of all habit formation. A man becomes courageous by repeatedly acting with courage. He becomes capable by repeatedly engaging his abilities. In the same manner, he becomes abundant by repeatedly accepting thoughts of increase. These impressions are forming the character that supports abundance. Your subconscious mind holds no loyalty to your past habits. It adapts readily to new commands when they are repeated with calm intention. It releases the old when they are no longer nourished. Tonight you nourish habits that lead to expansion. You starve the habits that once kept you small. This shift does not need to be dramatic. It only needs to be consistent. Think now of a great wheel beginning to turn. At first, the effort seems slow, but with each push, the wheel gains speed. Eventually, it moves on its own momentum. Your habits are such a wheel. At first, the new impressions require attention. Yet, with repetition, they become self-sustaining. They guide you naturally toward the life you seek. As you continue receiving these impressions, the subconscious begins to weave abundance into the fabric of your identity. It strengthens your belief in yourself. It improves your willingness to act. It heightens your attention to opportunity. These qualities, once formed into habit, become the foundation of achievement. Let another gentle phrase form. My habits now align with my highest aims. By accepting this thought, you instruct the subconscious to remove any inner contradiction. It begins shaping your behavior so that your actions rise to meet your aspirations. What once felt out of reach gradually becomes familiar. Habit is destiny's quiet assistant. It guides your footsteps long before you realize where they are carrying you. It influences your tone, your decisions, your timing, your perception. As your habits shift toward abundance, you begin attracting the conditions that match them. This is not magic. It is the natural correspondence between inner pattern and outer circumstance. Observe how your mind feels steadier now. The impressions of abundance have softened the edges of old doubts. The subconscious is beginning to interpret these impressions as instructions. It will carry them into your days even when you are no longer aware of them. They will rise in moments of indecision, guiding you toward the course that supports your advancement. In time, you will find that the habits forming within you have replaced hesitation with readiness. Instead of doubting, you will decide. Instead of fearing, you will act. Instead of withdrawing, you will advance. These are the habits of men who succeed, not through extraordinary talent, but through disciplined thought. As the night deepens, your deeper mind continues absorbing these impressions. It arranges them, strengthens them, and begins constructing new responses based on them. This inner work continues unseen, but its results will appear plainly. You will feel them in the ease with which you begin tasks, the steadiness with which you complete them, and the confidence with which you approach opportunity. A man's future is written not in the dreams he entertains, but in the habits he forms. Tonight you are forming habits of increase. These habits will carry you forward even when motivation falters. They will sustain you through challenge. They will attract the people and conditions aligned with your growth. They will become the quiet machinery of your rise. Rest now in the assurance that the habits of abundance are taking root in you. The subconscious, devoted and tireless, continues its work long after thought has grown silent. Each night strengthens the pattern. Each pattern strengthens the man. And the man strengthened becomes the instrument through which abundance reveals itself. Opportunity is not a rare visitor. It appears continually, yet only the prepared mind recognizes its form. Most individuals imagine opportunity as a grand event, yet it often arrives disguised as simple circumstance, quiet suggestion, or a chance encounter. The man unprepared overlooks these signs, but the man whose mind expects abundance sees meaning where others see nothing. Tonight you prepare to become such a man. There is within every person a faculty that draws to him the conditions he is ready to use. This faculty is not mystical. It is the natural response of the subconscious to expectation. When you hold a clear inner pattern of increase, your mind becomes magnetized to the people, ideas, and occasions that advance your aims. You attract not by force, but by resonance, much as a tuning fork vibrates when struck by a similar tone. Your habits of thought determine the signals you send into the world. A man who habitually entertains doubt sends out a signal that repels opportunity, for doubt clouds judgment. But a man who repeats impressions of abundance begins to radiate readiness. Those around him sense his steadiness, and new conditions gravitate toward him. The subconscious arranges attention so that he sees what others miss. Let a quiet truth settle within you. Every day brings openings suited to me. This statement instructs the deeper mind to search continually for the events that match your advancement. The subconscious is tireless in fulfilling its given tasks. Offer it an impression of readiness, and it will begin directing your perception toward possibilities that once passed unnoticed. Consider the stories I gathered from men who rose from obscurity to prominence. They did not receive more opportunity than others. They simply recognized opportunity where others saw inconvenience. When a door closed, they searched for a window. When difficulty appeared, they examined it for hidden advantage. This habit of recognition is cultivated through repeated suggestion. Opportunity often appears small at first. It may resemble extra responsibility, a minor request, or a subtle shift in circumstance. Yet small beginnings frequently lead to great advancement when met with readiness. The man magnetized to opportunity does not ignore small openings. He understands that growth seldom arrives fully formed. It begins with a whisper. As your subconscious strengthens its expectation of abundance, your attention sharpens. You begin noticing the slight turn of conditions, the unspoken invitation, the emerging path. These details are invisible to the untrained mind, yet clear to the prepared one. Abundance flows to those who see its earliest signs. By seeing them sooner, you act sooner, and thus receive sooner. Others will observe your increased discernment. They may remark that you seem to know what to do at the right moment. They will perceive that your timing has improved, your judgment has sharpened, and your decisions carry greater weight. This is the influence of mental magnetism, which draws to the mind the precise information needed at the proper time. Let another impression settle softly. I am drawn toward the right ideas, and the right ideas are drawn toward me. This thought creates a mental current that guides you toward useful direction. You no longer wander aimlessly. You move with a sense of quiet certainty, as though accompanied by unseen guidance. This certainty is not imaginary. It is the result of the subconscious organizing information in your favor. A man magnetized to opportunity becomes attentive without being anxious. He watches conditions, but he does not strain. He listens for direction, but he does not hurry. He acts when the moment is ripe, and because he acts without hesitation, his results appear timely and fortunate. Yet fortune is not accident. It is the outcome of inward readiness meeting outward circumstance. Think of opportunity as a bird that lands only upon the hand that is still. A mind troubled by fear or impatience cannot remain still, and the bird flies away unnoticed. But a calm mind becomes a resting place for opportunity. You cultivate this calm each night. The subconscious, learning this rhythm, continues it through the day, guiding your demeanor into the very state that attracts favorable conditions. You may be accustomed to thinking that opportunity must be pursued. Yet many forms of opportunity come toward the man who prepares himself inwardly. People bring him suggestions, circumstances align in his favor, paths open that once seemed closed. He becomes a point of attraction, not because he demands attention, but because his inner climate radiates confidence and purpose. Consider how a compass needle swings toward the north. It does not reach the north by force, but by the invisible pull of alignment. In the same manner, when your thoughts align with abundance, you swing naturally toward the opportunities that serve your advancement. You need not control this movement. You simply allow alignment to take place. Your subconscious mind now gathers every impression of readiness. It interprets these impressions as instruction to notice what others ignore. This heightened perception sharpens your instincts. It allows you to anticipate change rather than react to it. And anticipation is one of the most valuable qualities a man may develop, for it places him ahead of conditions rather than subject to them. Let another phrase take root. I welcome the opportunities that are seeking me. This idea invites the subconscious to prepare you for favorable conditions. When the deeper mind believes that opportunity seeks you, it begins arranging your thoughts so that you act in harmony with that belief. You carry yourself as one who belongs among fortunate circumstances. In time, you will feel an increasing sense of direction. You may not know every step, but you will sense which paths hold promise. This intuitive knowing arises from the subconscious connecting impressions, memories, and observations faster than the conscious mind can analyze them. It appears as instinct, but it is trained instinct, an instinct shaped by repeated suggestion. Observe now how your mind feels more open. The impressions of abundance have removed the narrowness that once restricted your perception. You are becoming receptive to new ideas, new methods, new relationships. Opportunity seldom enters through a closed mind. It enters where openness makes room for it. As your openness increases, so does your magnetism. People are drawn to individuals who radiate confidence and clarity. They offer cooperation more readily. They share information more freely. They extend invitations that may lead to advancement. In this way, your thoughts shape your environment, and your environment shapes your results. A man who carries scarcity in his mind repels opportunity, for opportunity requires a vessel capable of receiving it. But a man who carries abundance in his mind draws opportunity, for his attitude assures others that their contributions will be well used. You are becoming such a vessel. You are becoming ready. Think of opportunity not as a single event, but as a continuous stream. This stream flows past every individual, but only those prepared to dip their hands into it truly benefit. You prepare yourself by shaping your inner pattern through these nightly impressions. Your mind, gently instructed, becomes tuned to the frequency of opportunity. Let another statement settle. My mind recognizes value at once. This trains the subconscious to differentiate between fruitful and fruitless paths. It refines your discernment so that you waste less time on pursuits that cannot prosper. Discernment is one of the greatest forms of magnetism, for it directs your energy with precision. In coming days, you may find coincidences increasing. Someone mentions a need you are prepared to fill. A chance encounter links you to a resource you require. A thought arises at the exact moment you need it. These are not accidents. They are manifestations of alignment, your inner readiness drawing outer events into harmonious sequence. The man magnetized to opportunity does not fear change, for he understands that change often carries advancement. He welcomes it, he studies it, he adapts to it, and because he adapts quickly, he progresses swiftly. In this adaptability lies one of the greatest secrets of achievement. As sleep approaches, your subconscious continues absorbing these impressions. It interprets them as enduring instruction, setting in motion a new pattern of perception. You will wake with clearer sight, sharper instincts, and a deeper sense of readiness. You will meet the day as one who expects to find opportunity, and the day, sensing that expectation, will not disappoint you. Rest in the assurance that you are becoming a magnet for the very conditions that support your highest aims. Opportunity moves toward those who prepare inwardly. You are preparing now. And as this preparation strengthens, opportunity will reveal itself with increasing frequency, clarity, and generosity. Abundance is not a condition one reaches by accident, nor is it a treasure bestowed suddenly upon the fortunate. It is a state of inner order, a climate of thought, a way of meeting life with calm assurance. A man may acquire wealth for a moment by chance, but he will not keep it unless he embodies the mental traits that sustain it. Your nights have been shaping these traits, and now they begin expressing themselves in your manner of living. There is a point at which impressions of abundance cease to be suggestions and become identity. At first, the mind receives these ideas as visitors. In time, it adopts them as residents. When the deeper mind recognizes abundance as natural, the outer world begins reflecting that truth. You are approaching this point where abundance no longer feels distant but familiar. A man cannot convincingly walk the path of abundance while inwardly rehearsing scarcity. But once he embodies the feeling of sufficiency, his actions, tone, posture, and decisions all align in quiet harmony. He ceases chasing outcomes and begins attracting them. He no longer strains to prove his worth, for he carries the inner knowledge that worth is already present. People often imagine abundance as the accumulation of things, yet the true mark of abundance is the absence of fear. Where fear remains, abundance cannot rest securely. But when fear dissolves, even the smallest opportunity grows. Your nights have been removing fear by replacing its old impressions with thoughts of readiness, safety, and increase. You are now becoming the individual who moves through life without the tension that once bound you. Let a simple truth settle. I carry the spirit of abundance wherever I go. This spirit does not depend upon circumstance. It draws its power from your inner climate. When you cultivate this climate, others feel it in your presence. They sense steadiness. They sense clarity. They sense direction. These qualities invite cooperation and open doors that remain shut to the uncertain. Consider the men of great accomplishment whose lives I studied. Each possessed an attitude of sufficiency long before their fortunes were secured. They believed themselves suited for responsibility. They walked as if increase followed them. This posture was not arrogance, but acceptance of their capacity, their duty, and their rightful place among opportunities. When you embody abundance, you no longer hesitate to claim what aligns with your purpose. You no longer shrink from responsibility, for you understand that responsibility is simply opportunity clothed in duty. The man who avoids responsibility avoids advancement. The man who welcomes responsibility invites abundance. Your subconscious is now preparing you to welcome what once felt burdensome. You may begin noticing a quiet change in how you interact with others. You speak with more calm. You listen with greater clarity. You choose your words with intention rather than haste. This refinement is not forced. It arises naturally from the stability forming within you. People respond to this refinement instinctively. They trust it. They gravitate toward it. Abundance often reveals itself first through the quality of one's decisions. A decision made in fear restricts life. A decision made in confidence expands it. As the impressions of abundance continue settling into your deeper mind, your decisions will reflect greater courage. You will no longer deliberate endlessly. You will choose, act, and advance. Let another impression form. Increase is the natural expression of my life. This is not imagination. It is instruction. The subconscious thrives on such steady instruction, especially when given during moments of rest. As this idea repeats, your mind begins filtering out the unnecessary doubts that once clouded your judgment. It makes room for new ideas that support your advancement. When abundance becomes your inner climate, effort transforms into expression. You no longer push against resistance, you move with direction. You no longer feel as though you must earn every inch through struggle. Instead, you discover that your aligned thoughts produce smoother paths. This is not ease without work, but work without friction. Imagine a man walking with a lantern in darkness. At first, he sees only the next step. But as he grows calm and confident, the light seems to extend further. Nothing has changed except his inner state, yet his path grows clearer because his mind no longer trembles. In the same manner, your path becomes clearer when abundance becomes your inner light. Others will remark upon your transformation. They may say you seem more yourself than ever before. They may notice that you approach challenges with composure, that you engage opportunities with readiness, that you speak from a deeper place. These observations are reflections of an inner truth taking outward form. Abundance is not a product of chance, but of continual inward cultivation. Just as a garden requires tending, so does the inner soil from which your results grow. Your nightly impressions have prepared this soil. You have softened it with calm, enriched it with expectation, cleared it with order, and strengthened it with expanding identity. Now it bears the fruit of embodiment. Let another gentle thought settle within. I live each day as one entrusted with opportunity. This thought does not elevate you above others. It elevates you to your rightful place among those who understand that life responds most generously to the prepared mind. When the subconscious adopts this belief, your actions reflect increasing purpose. The man who embodies abundance does not rush, he does not cling, he does not fear the passing of time. His calm becomes a sign of inner security. He knows that opportunities will continue flowing toward him because he is becoming a magnet for them. This quiet assurance carries more influence than any outward display of confidence. Abundance expresses itself through your tone, your pace, your presence. It shows in the steady way you consider options, in the patience with which you build, in the courage with which you act, and in the gratitude you offer even before results appear. Gratitude especially is a powerful conductor of abundance. It signals the subconscious that increase is already underway. As the impressions of this night continue shaping your inner world, you may find that old habits of worry grow faint. You may discover that your attention naturally turns toward solutions rather than problems. You may feel a rising sense of belonging in the spaces where opportunity dwells. This is embodiment. It is the quiet adoption of a new form of being. Even in moments of challenge, you will feel steadier than before. You will recognize that challenge is often the final threshold before advancement. You will endure such thresholds with composure, knowing that abundance grows in the soil of persistence. The subconscious, trained by your nightly impressions, will support you through these moments. Let another inward affirmation be welcomed. I am prepared for the life I desire. This prepares the deeper mind to accept the responsibilities that accompany increase. A man who fears responsibility cannot hold abundance. But a man who accepts responsibility with calm strength becomes the guardian of his own prosperity. Your behavior will continue shifting in subtle ways. You will choose higher paths. You will adopt more disciplined habits. You will walk away from what diminishes you and toward what strengthens you. These shifts are not acts of willpower, but expressions of a mind that now expects and embodies abundance. As you drift closer to rest, your subconscious gathers these impressions like seeds. It arranges them into a pattern that will guide your conduct tomorrow, next week, and through the seasons ahead. You need not remember every phrase. The deeper mind remembers them for you. It stores them, nurtures them, and brings them to life. A man who embodies abundance becomes a beacon for others. They come to him not only for his skill, but for the steadiness they feel in his presence. He lifts others without effort because he has lifted himself. His progress encourages theirs. His composure strengthens theirs. This is one of the quiet rewards of embodiment. Rest now in the assurance that abundance is no longer merely an idea you entertain. It is becoming the atmosphere in which you think, act, and live. Your subconscious has accepted the impression. Your nights have shaped the pattern. Your days will soon reveal the result. You are no longer reaching for abundance. You are becoming its expression. You have come far in this quiet journey, farther than most men travel in years of striving. What has unfolded within you has not been loud, nor has it sought recognition, yet its influence grows with each passing night. Change that is lasting seldom announces itself with fanfare. It arrives quietly, settles deeply, and becomes part of the very structure of your thought. As these impressions continue shaping your inner world, you may sense a calm unfamiliar to your former self, a calm that does not waver when faced with uncertainty. Abundance begins as a whisper, not a command. It first touches the mind gently, then returns again with greater strength, and finally becomes the very tone of one's thoughts. You have permitted this whisper to enter. You have allowed it to repeat. And now it rises as a steady voice within you, an inner guide reminding you that nothing in your nature has ever been small, except the beliefs that once restricted you. Those beliefs are weakening. New ones are forming. Every night that you have listened, the subconscious has gathered impressions like seeds. Some have taken root already, while others rest quietly, waiting for their moment to unfold. Do not expect them all to rise at once. Growth seldom occurs in equal measure. Some habits change quickly, others gradually. Each impression works according to its own season, but all move in the direction of increase. It is important to understand that this inner work is not separate from your waking life. The changes forming in the deeper mind will reveal themselves in your choices, your actions, your tone, and your willingness to pursue new horizons. You may discover that hesitation grows faint, that doubt no longer holds its former influence, and that desires once postponed now appear possible. These signs confirm that the inner structure has begun changing. A man becomes new not by altering his surroundings, but by altering the beliefs that govern his perception. When these beliefs shift, the world he once knew appears transformed. Obstacles seem less imposing, opportunities seem more frequent, even the ordinary moments of his day feel charged with possibility. This transformation is not the product of chance, but of inner cultivation. There may come a day when you look back upon your former self with quiet astonishment, wondering how certain fears once held such weight. You may feel gratitude toward the man you were, for he carried you faithfully to this point despite his burdens. Yet you will recognize that he was not the final version of you. He was the foundation upon which you now build. If doubt should arise in the days ahead, remember that doubt is merely an old habit visiting a changed house. It may knock upon your door, but you are under no obligation to invite it inside. Each night you spend in this state strengthens the new structure, making the mind less hospitable to its former limitations. You are replacing old patterns, not through resistance, but through replacement, and replacement is the surest path to lasting change. Consider how water shapes stone. It does not succeed through force, but through persistence. It returns again and again, each touch altering the stone in ways too subtle for the eye to witness, yet too powerful for time to resist. In this same manner, the nightly impressions you have welcomed are reshaping the contours of your inner life. Their influence deepens quietly but permanently. In moments of silence during the day, you may sense a new presence within yourself, an inner steadiness, a quiet knowing, a sense of direction that was once obscured by noise. This presence is the voice of the deeper self, long overshadowed by the louder voices of fear and habit. Now that these voices have grown faint, the deeper self speaks with greater authority. It guides you toward what is aligned with your growth. There will be times when you feel ready to take steps you once avoided. These steps may not appear grand to others, but they will feel significant to you. Acting upon them signals the subconscious that the transformation is not merely internal, but now expresses itself outwardly. Each step reinforces the new pattern and weakens the old. The world does not change for a man until the man changes for the world. When you begin meeting life with calm confidence, life begins responding with opportunities suited to that confidence. The man ruled by fear attracts confusion. The man governed by clarity attracts progress. The difference lies not in the world, but in the mind perceiving it. Let a quiet truth settle. You are no longer struggling toward abundance, you are preparing to live from it. This distinction is profound. A man who struggles feels distant from his aim. A man who prepares feels aligned with it. Preparation signals readiness. Readiness attracts the very conditions that confirm it. In time, you will notice that the individuals around you treat you differently. They may show you greater trust, greater respect, or greater openness. They are responding not to something you have said, but to something you have become. People sense when a man has found his inner footing. They instinctively lean toward those who carry the tone of assurance. You may also begin noticing that your mind turns naturally toward solutions rather than limitations. When an obstacle arises, you will feel inclined to examine it for its hidden advantage. This inclination marks the beginning of a powerful shift, for every great fortune has been built upon the ability to find value where others saw only hardship. Do not underestimate the significance of small internal shifts. The smallest shift in thought can lead to the greatest shift in direction. If a man sailing across the sea adjusts his course merely a few degrees, he arrives at a different continent entirely. In the same way, your inner adjustments have begun steering you toward a future far brighter than the one you once anticipated. You may notice moments of sudden clarity, where decisions that once felt heavy now feel straightforward. These moments occur when the deeper mind lifts its guidance to the surface. Trust them. They are signs that your subconscious has begun working in harmony with your conscious aims. This unity of purpose is a rare and powerful force. There will come occasions when opportunity presents itself in subtle form. You will recognize these moments not because they are dramatic, but because something within you will feel prepared. That sense of readiness is the product of your nightly impressions. It is the subconscious revealing that the time has come to act. Let another statement settle softly within. I am aligned with the life that is rising before me. This alignment is not the result of wishful thinking, but of deliberate cultivation. You have prepared the soil. You have softened the mind. You have strengthened your identity. You have magnetized your attention. Now life responds in kind. As abundance begins expressing itself more clearly in your outer world, remain attentive to gratitude. Gratitude is the mind's acknowledgement of increase. It signals to the subconscious that you recognize the flow of opportunity and welcome its continuation. Gratitude strengthens the pattern of abundance as surely as repetition strengthens memory. You may find that the people in your life shift as you continue growing. Some will be drawn toward your expanding vision, while others may drift away. This is natural. A man rising in thought often rises in association. Those who share your direction will rise with you. Those who do not will gently fall aside. There is no need to force either outcome. A remarkable thing occurs as your self-image expands. You no longer feel threatened by uncertainty. Instead of fearing the unknown, you begin seeing it as a field of possibility. This shift in perception marks the transformation from a life of reaction to a life of creation. You are stepping from the role of participant into the role of architect. In the nights ahead, continue offering the subconscious impressions of abundance. Even after outer results begin appearing, repetition remains essential, for habits grow strongest through maintenance. Just as a flame requires air, abundance requires reinforcement. Not forceful reinforcement, but rhythmic, gentle, consistent guidance. As you drift deeper into rest, know that the work now continues without your conscious participation. The subconscious has accepted the task. It has begun weaving your impressions into thought, thought into emotion, emotion into action, and action into circumstance. This quiet chain of creation moves steadily toward the life you are preparing to live. Your journey has not been one of striving, but one of surrender. Surrender not to weakness, but to the deeper intelligence within you. You have released strain. You have accepted alignment. You have allowed abundance to become familiar. These are the marks of transformation. They signal the emergence of a new self. Rest now with the assurance that abundance is no longer approaching. It is already forming around you. The soil is prepared. The seed is planted. The growth has begun. In the days ahead, you will witness the outward results of the inward work you have welcomed. And when they appear, they will feel natural, as though they were always meant to be. You are becoming the individual your potential has long awaited. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is forced. Everything unfolds in its rightful time, shaped by the quiet labor of your deeper mind. Sleep now with the confidence that the work continues, and that you will rise already strengthened by what the night has given. Before any great transformation can take root, The mind must be trained to participate in its unfolding. This exercise is not performed with strain nor with any need for haste. It is a quiet shaping of your inner nature, a deliberate turning of your attention toward the thoughts that support abundance. Every man who has risen above his former station has practiced such mental exercises, whether knowingly or unconsciously. Tonight you will perform them with purpose, allowing the subconscious to follow your lead. Begin by letting the breath fall into a gentle rhythm. Do not count it or manage it. Simply observe the natural rise and fall. As you do, imagine that each exhale releases a fragment of the burden you once carried. The weight of old impressions begins to loosen. The subconscious responds to this easing by opening itself, much like a door that has long been held closed. You are not forcing the door. You are inviting it to swing inward, allowing access to the deeper chambers where new ideas take root. As the breath steadies, bring to mind the feeling of sufficiency. Do not attempt to picture wealth or material things. Instead, summon the sensation of being amply supplied. This sensation may begin faintly, as a slight warmth in the chest or a settling of your thoughts. Let it grow naturally. The subconscious understands feeling more readily than imagery, and sufficiency is the soil in which abundance grows. You are shaping that soil now. Once the feeling settles, imagine a small circle of light in the center of your mind. This light represents your attention, your most powerful instrument of creation. Wherever your attention rests, your subconscious begins its work. Let the circle of light remain steady. This steadiness is the first step in training the mind to follow your direction rather than old habits. You are not chasing thoughts. You are establishing a center from which thought will move. Now, gently introduce a thought of increase. Let it be simple, such as the idea of progress or the idea of expansion. Do not force belief into this thought. Simply let it enter the circle of light, like a visitor stepping into a quiet room. Observe how the body reacts. Perhaps the breath deepens. Perhaps a sensation of openness appears around the chest or forehead. These sensations indicate that the subconscious has accepted the invitation. As you hold the thought of increase, imagine it growing warmer, more familiar. Do not decorate it with images or try to define its form. Let it remain pure, like an ember whose warmth spreads without effort. This ember begins to glow within the deeper mind. The subconscious, sensing its tone, prepares to act upon it long after you have moved into sleep. When the ember feels settled, shift your attention to the idea of worthiness not as a claim, but as a recognition. Many men fail because they believe progress belongs to others. But worthiness is not a matter of comparison. It is the quiet knowing that you are capable of holding greater responsibility, greater influence, and greater opportunity. Let this recognition form gently, like a truth rediscovered rather than newly created. Allow a phrase to rise within you. I am prepared for more. Speak it silently. The subconscious receives this phrase not as boast, but as orientation. It begins assembling attitudes that correspond with readiness. You may feel a slight upward lift in your posture or a tension releasing from the brow. These changes are signs that the phrase has reached the deeper levels of mind. Next, think of a small action you wish to take in the coming days, an action related to growth. It need not be dramatic. The purpose is not to set a grand goal, but to train the mind to respond to direction. Let the action appear in the circle of light. Observe its details calmly. See yourself beginning the action, carrying it out, completing it. The clearer you perceive the action, the more readily the subconscious will prepare you to perform it. After observing the action, gently release the image. Let it dissolve like mist. The subconscious continues working upon it even after the image fades. You need not hold it tightly. What is introduced clearly is remembered clearly. Now turn your attention to the idea of becoming. Becoming is the natural progression of a mind that receives new impressions. You are not trying to force change. You are allowing it. Let another phrase arise. I welcome the man I am becoming. Speak it inwardly. This phrase softens the resistance that often accompanies transformation. It assures the subconscious that the new identity forming within you is safe, familiar, and rightful. The deeper mind responds strongly to this assurance, and you may feel a gentle warmth along the spine or a quiet settling in the stomach. As the deeper mind absorbs this statement, imagine a path forming before you. The path is not detailed. It is simply a direction, a movement of your life toward greater expression of your abilities. You do not need to see its end. You need only recognize that the path exists and that you are walking it. Each step symbolizes a decision, a habit, a thought aligned with your expanding identity. Now allow your attention to shift inward once more. Picture the circle of light in your mind expanding gradually, like the widening glow of dawn. This expansion symbolizes your increasing capacity. As the light grows, imagine it touching the corners of your inner world that once held limitation. Wherever the light reaches, limitation dissolves, not by force, but by recognition of its falseness. At this stage of the exercise, introduce the idea of responsibility. Responsibility not as burden, but as gateway. Responsibility is the price of greater opportunity, and the man who avoids it avoids advancement. Let the phrase form, "I accept responsibility for my growth." Speak it without hesitation. The subconscious hears acceptance as permission. Permission leads to expansion. Now, place your attention upon your breath once more. Notice how it has changed. The breath of a man embracing abundance is steady, measured, assured. You are training the nervous system to operate in harmony with your new impressions. As the body relaxes, the subconscious opens further, receiving each impression with greater ease. Next, think of someone you admire for qualities of persistence, clarity, or achievement. Let their image appear gently. Do not compare yourself to them. Instead, recognize that the qualities you admire are seeds within yourself. The subconscious imitates what it reveres. By recognizing these qualities in another, you awaken them in yourself. Let another phrase arise, "I possess these qualities." Speak it inwardly. As you do, picture the admired traits moving from the image into your own circle of light. They do not replace what you are. They strengthen what you already contain. Identity expands by addition, not subtraction. Now consider a challenge you once felt unable to overcome. Bring it into the circle of light, but view it now with the bearing of the man you are becoming. Notice how its size changes beneath your new perspective. Challenges shrink when confronted by expanded identity. They lose their power when the man facing them grows stronger. Release the challenge gently. Let it drift away like a leaf carried downstream. You do not need to resolve it now. You have already shifted the inner condition that made it formidable. The subconscious will continue its work, dissolving the emotional weight that once bound you to it. Direct your attention next to gratitude, not gratitude for possessions, but for capacity. Gratitude for the mind that can grow, the heart that can expand, the will that can strengthen. Gratitude turns the subconscious toward further increase, for it signals that the present state is fertile ground for more. Let this gratitude fill your inner world like a warm tide. Allow another phrase to rise. "I am grateful for who I am becoming." This gratitude is not for a destination reached, but for the unfolding process. The subconscious thrives on appreciation. It increases whatever is acknowledged with sincerity. You are acknowledging the transformation already underway. Now, return once more to the circle of light. Imagine it pulsing gently, like a heartbeat. With each pulse, feel yourself becoming more aligned, more receptive, more grounded. This pulsing symbolizes your readiness to embody abundance not as an aim, but as a condition of thought. You are transforming not what you have, but who you are. At this point, allow your awareness to expand beyond your body. Feel the space around you soften. Imagine that this space responds to your inner climate, arranging itself to support your growth. This is symbolic, yet powerful. The subconscious interprets symbols as instruction. It begins preparing your circumstances to match your expanding identity. Let one final phrase arise. "I move toward abundance, and abundance moves toward me." Let it settle. Let it echo. Let it become familiar. When a phrase becomes familiar, the subconscious begins acting upon it as if it were law. Tonight you are establishing such a law within yourself. As this exercise draws toward rest, know that nothing you have done has been wasted. Every impression has been stored, every phrase has been heard, every feeling of sufficiency has been accepted. Your deeper mind continues shaping your future even as your waking thoughts grow quiet. You have guided it wisely. Rest now in the assurance that this exercise has strengthened the foundation upon which abundance will be built. The man who practices such inner work becomes unstoppable, for he moves through life with unity of thought, clarity of purpose, and steadiness of spirit. You are becoming that man, and the life rising before you will reveal the proof. There comes a time at the end of every great undertaking when the mind looks back upon the path it has traveled and realizes that the greatest milestones were not the outward events, but the inward shifts that quietly altered the course of life. You have reached such a point now. The journey you have taken has not been one of outward struggle, but of gentle inward rearrangement. Each night has contributed a small but certain turning of your thoughts toward the direction of abundance. What has been planted has taken root, and what has taken root will soon bear its rightful fruit. You may not yet see the full scope of the transformation, for inner change grows much like a dawn, first a faint light upon the horizon, then a slow brightening, then a day that seems to appear all at once. Yet the process began long before the eye perceived it. In these quiet hours, the deeper mind has been reassembling the architecture of your character. The scaffolding of doubt has been taken down. The foundations of sufficiency have been laid. The frame of confidence has been built with steady hands. In the moments to come, your life will begin responding to this new architecture. Conditions will shift, sometimes subtly, sometimes dramatically. Opportunities will arise that match the identity you have been forming. People will notice qualities in you that were not visible before. This is not because the outer world has changed suddenly, but because the inner world you carry into it has grown stronger, clearer, more aligned with increase. Abundance does not force itself upon a man. It responds to the signals he sends through his thoughts and attitudes. Your signals have changed. You no longer radiate the uncertainty that once held your progress at bay. You now express the quiet conviction of one who trusts his own growth. This conviction is felt by others. It influences their decisions in your favor. It shapes the circumstances through which your future unfolds. The man you are becoming carries himself with a steadiness that cannot be feigned. It is not the confidence of pride, but the assurance of alignment. It is the calm tone of one who knows his thoughts, habits, and identity are pointing toward a destination that he is fully prepared to reach. This assurance changes the very way you walk through the world. Others may remark that you seem lighter, clearer, more composed, but they will not know the hours of inward cultivation that produced such effortless grace. There may be moments in the days ahead when old patterns attempt to return, not because they hold power, but because habit moves by momentum. If such moments arise, do not regard them as failure. They are reminders of a former self that is fading. Simply return to the impressions you have cultivated. Allow the new pattern to take its rightful place. The subconscious always adopts the pattern that is repeated most frequently and with the greatest calm. As you continue forward, you will notice that desire and action begin to operate in harmony. You will no longer feel torn between aims and doubts, nor between intentions and hesitation. What you desire will feel attainable, and what feels attainable will naturally invite action. This unity between desire and action is one of the clearest signs that a man has entered the state of abundance. Let a simple inward truth form gently. You are not waiting for life to give you permission. The permission has already been granted by the shifting of your inner beliefs. The deeper mind now treats abundance as familiar. Familiarity leads to acceptance, and acceptance leads to expression. You are preparing to express abundance in the very way you think, speak, work, and choose. When a man becomes aligned with abundance, he no longer measures himself by his past difficulties. He measures himself by his present direction. The past no longer serves as a chain, but as a foundation, useful, solid, but no longer confining. You may look back and see the man you once were, but you will do so with compassion, not regret. He led you to this point. Now you carry forward the version of yourself that is capable of far greater things. There will come occasions when circumstances test the stability of your new inner pattern. These tests are not punishments. They are invitations. They allow you to demonstrate the strength of your new identity. The man who remains calm in difficulty proves to himself that he can weather change without losing direction. Such proof deepens confidence, and confidence deepens abundance. Whenever doubt appears, remind yourself gently that doubt is merely a habit of thought that has lost its authority. You have outgrown it. The subconscious recognizes this truth even when the conscious mind forgets it for a moment. What matters most is not the absence of doubt, but the presence of direction. And your direction is firmly set toward increase. Think now of the individuals who rise in times of uncertainty. They are not the loudest nor the most forceful, but the most centered. They possess a calm that others instinctively follow. This calm is the result of inner order and expanded identity. You are cultivating this same center. Soon you will find that others look to you for guidance, precisely because you have learned to guide yourself. Let another quiet phrase settle within. I meet life as one prepared for its gifts. When the subconscious hears this truth repeatedly, it adjusts your perceptions so that you approach each day with expectancy rather than caution. Expectancy does not demand, it welcomes. And what is welcomed arrives more readily than what is chased. As your expectancy strengthens, so does your willingness to take steps that support your growth. You will find yourself acting with greater decisiveness, not rushed but certain. The man who trusts his own direction does not move hesitantly. He moves with the calm rhythm of one who knows that each step, however small, is part of a larger unfolding. Your nights have prepared you for such unfolding. They have softened the inner soil, strengthened your identity, shaped your habits, and attuned your perception to opportunity. You now stand ready to receive the tangible results of this invisible work. The outward manifestations of abundance follow only after the inward foundation has been laid. Yours has been laid with care. The deeper wisdom within you now understands abundance not as something elusive, but as something in harmony with your nature. You are no longer attempting to acquire abundance. You are preparing to express it. This shift transforms striving into fulfillment. It allows you to meet life with the dignity of one who recognizes his own potential. Take a moment to acknowledge the journey you have taken. You have learned to release strain, to quiet the noise of old fears, to shape your thoughts with intention, and to accept a larger image of yourself. You have practiced readiness, openness, and trust. These qualities are not temporary states. They are the building blocks of a new character. In the days ahead, you may find yourself surprised by moments of unexpected clarity. Ideas may come to you without effort. Solutions may arise from silence. People may appear who offer guidance or connection. This is the natural consequence of alignment. When the subconscious and conscious mind move together, life moves with them. Let another gentle statement form. My life now reflects the abundance within me. This reflection may appear slowly or swiftly, but it will appear. The mind that expects abundance walks differently, speaks differently, and listens differently. These differences create ripples in the world around you. The world responds accordingly. As you continue forward, remember that abundance is not a place you arrive at. It is a condition you embody. It is the quiet recognition that you are capable of meeting life with courage, wisdom, and persistence. When you embody abundance, external results become natural extensions of your inner state. Tonight, as you rest, allow the subconscious to continue its work. It arranges impressions, strengthens new beliefs, dissolves old ones, and prepares you for the days ahead. You need not interfere. Trust the process that has already proven itself within you. Trust the direction you have chosen. You have stepped onto a path that many desire but few pursue with consistency. You have cultivated the quiet forces that govern all outward success. You have allowed the deeper mind to become your ally rather than your adversary. These qualities mark the beginning of a new era in your life, one shaped not by chance but by conscious creation. In the final moments of this night, let a final truth settle into the deepest part of your mind. You are worthy of the life that is rising to meet you. Worthiness is not granted, it is recognized, and you have recognized it. This recognition is the key that unlocks the next chapter of your growth. Rest now. The work continues in silence. The man you are becoming continues to strengthen. And abundance, drawn by the signal you now radiate, begins its steady approach. Nothing more is required. You have planted, you have prepared, you will receive.